Now we have a date. Oh, by the way, congratulations to my boy, Zander Krause, on getting married. And Joe, you still have that video up. And am I allowed to play that? I got to tell you, I tell you what, the kid at the door, because I had not met all of his sons. I thought that was Zander at the door that was getting ready to introduce the bride and groom. And it looked like it was a beautiful day.
That was my son, Joseph, brother.
Bro,
Joseph,
I thought it was Zander. They look alike, man.
Yeah, Joseph announcing his brother coming out of the church. It was an absolutely first. Thank you for sending your congrats. It was a spectacular weekend. The wedding and then the reception was at the Ocean City Yacht Club in Ocean City, and a magnificent sunset on the longest day of the year touched the tip of the ocean as they celebrated their wedding. It was just an amazing thing.
Show people the first time that they got out in public there when they became husband and wife. I think that's pretty dope, man. I mean, I love that. And it looks really great here. So let's
bear with me. Let me see if I can do this now. All right. Hang on.
We can bring this up here. This was pretty cool here.
I'm not as good on the keys. I struggled with it this morning on birds too. Let me do this. Let me put us there.
All right.
And then let me see if I can add this to the stage. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get this back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor for the very first time to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Alexander James Krause.
Pretty good stuff, right, Sills?
Yeah, absolutely, man. How'd you feel?
Oh, it was amazing. You know what I mean? It was so powerful to be a part of it, but there was just so much thrill and for Zander, and so much of such a powerful blessing from the good Lord.
Yeah.
On that day, that it moved me and it moved my wife, to full tears. That's how powerful the ceremony was in church. As genuine, Dan, and real as Zander to be.
Yeah.
But coming from the priest and everyone in attendance, it was really spectacular. And that was my son Joseph, who was the best man, announcing him for the first time coming out of the church, and they were fantastic. He gave an unbelievable speech at the reception. My girls, Isabel and Kateri, absolutely crushed it. They gave the speech for Emily, and it was just a great day, dude. Listen, as we stand here, we are a family filled with blessings from the good Lord. And I think that Friday night and Saturday were just an exclamation point on what our entire life has been. And for Zander, it was amazing to see. Emily, by the way, has a heart and a soul as big as you can imagine. And she is stone perfect for Zander. So when he gets ornery, she knows how to reel him in. You know what I mean? And she's just a perfect match for him. It was just an amazing day, brother.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I sent him a message, and I told him, I said, hey, man, we're far more than just like, working buddies. We're a little different there. And so, like, I really like the kid a lot, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here and having the next couple times. I guarantee you. And I was going to ask you before we went on, Joe. how long before those idle hands of his start getting aggravated by Friday? But you know him, man. He don't have idle hands. You know what I mean? He's not an idle hands guy.
No, no, he's not. Listen, he's got 14. I think it's 14 days, right? He returns.
Fifth.
I think he
Sixth,
returns on
like
the.
that?
I think he returns on the 4th. But there's no shows on the 5th.
Yeah.
Getting late that night.
Yeah.
So I know he gave you off on the 5th, right?
Yeah.
You know, he did text me. Should we pay Sills for that day or not? We'll pay Sills for that. No, in all seriousness, I think you guys are back on what would be the 6th of July, which I think is a Tuesday, because I think he gets back late on either Saturday or Sunday, the 3rd or the 4th.
You know what, Joe? Sunday's the 5th, so we'll figure this out. So we'll do this.
Well, if Sunday's the 5th, then I think there's no show on the 6th.
Yeah, that's it. Because I think that's what everyone's celebrating. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then that Tuesday is when you got that Tuesday is when you guys will be back. And listen, a little bit later on in the week, I know I don't have the charisma and the depth of knowledge that Zander has when he engages with you on his weekly segment. But once I get family out of town between today and tomorrow, I'd love to jump on and do a segment with you, assuming that slot is there. I don't want to push myself into your show, but I will step into the shoes of Zander for a hit if it's needed.
Well, Joe Krause, absolutely. We will do that later in the week.
Hey, you know what we discovered this morning on Birds 365?
Tell me.
Jalen Hurts is the exact player today as he has been since he's been a starter. And what I mean by that, and what we discovered, John and I, looking at some of the numbers, is the number of touchdowns, the number of yards amassed, have a string of consistency. So within that bubble of 22, 23, 24, and even last year, 25, which, by the way, last year I think was his most touchdowns that he's thrown in that 4-year period. But even within that bubble of consistency, Jalen Hurts has been the one consistent factor in this offense, which has resulted in, meaning the flat line or the line of production has been the same. And the NFC East Conference Championships, the Lombardi Championship, 2 trips to the Super Bowl, and an offense that's had the ability to not only compete, but to get to the big game twice, looks the same. Right. And it looked the same in 2025, Dan. And the reality of it is, and what I would say, and what I took away from that conversation with John, the 2025 disappointment wasn't Jalen Hurts. The 2025 disappointment was a banged up offensive line that resulted in this offense starting most drives way behind the sticks. And that, I think, is one of the untold or unspoken comments about it going into this
Joe,
season.
Why don't they stick with that? Why are they?
I think, by the way,
change? Then if they're making such a radical change, and they're asking, and plus you're dumping and moving AJ Brown, my question would be, they were exceptional. You're right. Here's the rankings of the offensive line in the last 5 years since he's been a starter. They've been number 1 every year but 1 year, and that was last year. Prior to that, their run game, they had 3 of those years they were number 1. Their passing game was 29th, 8th, 18th, 29th, and 25th. My contention is that passing game, albeit what you said is right, it's not exceptional. They need him to elevate that passing game to cover if the run game is not there. because last year the run game turned into 18th for the first time in 5 years. And when they needed him to throw the football and to have balance in that offense, whether it's him or it's the approach, they've got to get more to balance and more to center. You're either up here or you're down here. And when they need the quarterback, you're right. The numbers are the same, but I don't think they're exceptional. And for that offense to be exceptional, you mean to tell me they have to have an offensive line that's healthy and they have to have a top power game and a top run game? For it to be, that means the quarterback can't cover for some issues if the offense is having issues, that Jalen can't elevate the offense?
Well, I would say this. The quarterback has shown where his ceiling is on what he can do.
That's correct.
And the difference is that in 2025, because of a banged up and an injured offensive line, the Eagles struggled badly on first down, and the result of that
31st.
And the result of that was second and long, third and long, and that changed the entire dynamic. The one significant memory or reality from the Super Bowl season, the Eagles would get the early lead, and in the second half, the offense would put together long, sustaining, clock-eating drives, 8, 9, 10, 12-minute drives where the opponent didn't have an opportunity to even get back into the game. And to your question, which I think is accurate, I think the Eagles are making a mistake.
Me too.
You know, I think the Eagles going away from what has worked and what Jalen has been able to do is wrong. And I think that part of it will all flush out into reality based on whether or not the offensive line can stay healthy. Because, Dan, last point, here's the other thing. Without A.J. Brown, the Eagles are not as good offensively.
No.
We know that. Everybody knows that. Saquon Barkley's not going to rush for 2,000 yards again. But without AJ in that offense, they are not a team that has the level of talent to compete. And I'm not ready, and I'm not a football guy, I'm not ready to say that Mekhi Lemon is ready to step in and be a number 2 receiver like Devontae Smith was,
no doubt,
when the Eagles moved up to draft him. So there's a different dynamic that is here. I think that will force Jalen and challenge Jalen more so than if the team ran it back with the healthy offensive line. That's what I think.
I'll leave you with this here. Do you believe Mekhi Lemon's coming into his rookie year with the same accolades and the same hype that Devontae Smith came in his rookie season? When you have to remember something about Devontae Smith and Mekhi Lemon here. He was a 10th player taken, a former Heisman guy. He was an already polished guy that came out of the Southeastern Conference. Mekhi Lemon, again, I think he's a really good football player. You think he's a 900 receiving guy his rookie season without a true number 1 on the other side?
Well,
I mean, listen, remember, Devontae is going to be gauged to AJ's numbers. Lemon's going to be gauged to Devontae's numbers as a number 2. And I don't see that in an offense with a first-year play caller, Joe. You're going to have to prove to me that guy's going to be a 900-yard receiver.
Well, and I would say this to your point, and by the way, I agree with it. Devontae Smith was a big-time receiver when he came into the league. Mekhi Lemon is not. With all due respect to his collegiate accolades and everything else, and to the expectations and what they expect him to do and everything else, he is not what Devontae Smith was when Devontae Smith. The Eagles moved up, remember, to get
with the Cowboys
to get Devontae. because Devontae was an automatic instant starter in a wide receiver room that was weak at best.
Yes.
And he came in and put his flag in the sand immediately. That is
Absolutely.
not, in my opinion, Mekhi Lemon. But
I agree.
But we'll see what happens. See, I don't think the wide receiver room has enough. They have not, from a totality standpoint, they have not amassed enough numbers in totality to replace not only the 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns that AJ gave you, but also to surpass that and put the offense in a position where they're going to score more points this year. So that, to me, is Achilles heel. And by the way, it's self-inflicted.
Totally.
You let a top 3 receiver
talk himself out of being here,
who decided he didn't want to be in Philadelphia anymore.
right?
And you traded him away. And you know who's next? Jalen Carter.
No doubt.
You know, if the Eagles, if Jalen Carter was in the future with this franchise, Howie Roseman has an incredible history of signing these players before the market has already been set. Now the market is set, and Jalen's number just went up to 38 million. You know what I mean?
He's not a $38 million defensive tackle.
And Howie's not a guy that reacts to the market. Howie likes to set the market. So that's that I think will, as that plays out, I think that'll play out. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Nice start to the program, Joe. And by the way, congratulations again to you too. So
shout out to Jacob.
We'll do this midweek, man. We'll do this midweek.
And shout out to Jacob Nation, brother. In spirit, Jacob Nation was more in attendance at the wedding, Dan, than you.
Oh, another shot.
We were waiting. I kept saying to Zander,
oh, man,
there's no effing way that Big Sills, your brother,
I know,
an Italian connection to the Conti and the Simia family.
I will hear
there
this.
Is absolutely no chance that this guy's not coming in. John McMullen, maybe he comes, maybe he doesn't. He's different. There's a different relationship there. There's absolutely no way that Dan Sileo is not going to get his ass in for even if it's an in and out, even if he flies in, takes in the ceremony, and he bails back out. And you know what Zander said to me? Pops, he's not coming.
Oh, man.
Anyway, good stuff, Sills. Have a good show today, brother. Thanks.
We'll see you midweek, Joe. We'll see you midweek, man.
All right. You got it, brother.
You got it. All right. Congratulations to Big Z, though. Absolutely here. I think that's a great way to start the program, man. By the way, we got a date. July the 28th, Philadelphia Eagles are reporting to training camp. And by the way, Messi scored a goal again. Holy cow. Unbelievable. The greatest soccer player in the history of the planet. He's 39 years old. I think he's having a birthday either today or tomorrow. I don't know. What an incredible, incredible performance he's been putting on with Argentina. He's got 4 goals already. And he's broke the record. He's the all-time leading scorer in World Cup play, which is insane. I mean, all right. So, guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button. Super chats go to the top. We're going to talk all about, by the way, Chris Sims' list came out. It's awesome. And I am going to start it with Jalen Carter. There is no way on the planet Howie Roseman is paying $36 to $38 million for Jalen Carter. He's not that good. He's not a $38 million a year player. He's had a okay year, a great year, and he's had a down year. You don't pay people $38 million for those swings in your career so far. And by the way, the Jeffrey Simmons contract is exactly what I told you. Great players being on shitty teams. You're under the impression you get paid for being a good player on a good team. You don't get paid for wins. You get paid because you're an exceptional football player, and you're an exceptional player, and it doesn't matter. Once again, like I said, it doesn't matter what your team does, whether it wins 2 NFC titles. How good are you as a football player? It's Simmons and the kid in Dallas, and also the guy in Cincinnati. They're better football players. And so is Chris Jones still. $36 to $38 million. All right. Well, then where is it? He is not getting a contract extension, as I told all of you this offseason. And you kept telling me a year ago, okay, Sills, you can't pay him all. Well, you ain't even paying him. Why? You're past June 1. The A.J. Brown deal is 21 days ago. It's in the rearview mirror. Why haven't they given him the money? If they're so sure, why didn't they get ahead of the Jeffrey Simmons contract extension? Why didn't they try to sign him immediately? Now what you've done is you allowed Simmons to reset the market and to push that money up for a player coming off a shitty year and an injury-plagued year. And you think you're giving a guy like that $38 million based on what? Based on what? Howie not getting, if Howie Roseman, who's very good at this, allowed that player to reset the market before he addressed Jalen Carter, Carter's not getting a deal. So wait a minute. You had a shot to sign Jalen Carter for $32 million. Why'd you wait to let him reset it? I guarantee you that guy holds out. He will hold out during training camp. Now the money's up. It's gone up $5.5 million. Why would Howie do that if he was going to sit back and try to get ahead of this? He's not getting ahead of shit. He's not signing the player. He's actively looking to see if there's a better situation for the Eagles. If that means dealing him, getting trade picks for next year, or and by the way, stop with the Crosby stuff. Why would I trade a player to the Las Vegas Raiders to acquire that contract and bring that guy in? You're in the same spot with an older player with some damage on the knees. Why would you do that? And by the way, every single one of you folks out there last year kept telling me that will be the number one thing addressed in the offseason, this offseason. So far, and right now, we are about a month away from the start of training camp. If you think that Jalen Carter is going to reset the market coming off of a shitty year, you're out of your mind. He's not re-signing, or they're not giving him the extension. Why would they? They've got the leverage. I'll tell you one thing is sure. Drew Rosenhaus ain't a happy camper. How he usually signs players he wants to keep early. Okay, so explain this to me. Cam Jurgens was injured, and they gave him a contract extension. And they paid him out. And he was just coming off the slab on getting a back surgery. And they gave him money. Why haven't they with Jalen Carter? Why haven't they with Jalen Carter? Why didn't they get ahead of it like they did with Devontae Smith? Why have they not? I'll take any answer. Why have they not gotten ahead? Oh, and by the way, here's something else to put in your thought process as you go through this Jalen Carter thing. So you've let Josh Sweat go. You're let Milton Williams go, and you're soon going to let Moro Ajomo go. For one player who's been inconsistent, to say the least. Well, Sills, he's got upside. Really? How about this? At the end of the day, you're losing 3 football players for 1 questionable player who's been banged up. And Drew Rosenhaus is not coming off at $38 to $39 million. You see this guy? Then pay him for what? An up and down career? It's an up and down career. I mean, in 23, he was okay. He faded in the end. Rookie year, okay. 24, he was really good. Last year, he was not. I saw him get his ass boat raced in that Chicago Bear game. Boat raced. Boat raced in both the Cowboy games almost. Boat raced. And you're going to pay that guy $38 million. Okay. When? So here, this is classic Eagle fans. Well, Sills, we'll go out and you're not getting Crosby. Stop that. Crosby? If you get Crosby, you're going to, again, have to give up Carter. Why would the Raiders give you 2 first-round picks and then be in the same boat by signing the guy for $38 million? You're in the same boat you were with Carter. You wouldn't do that. Carter take less. He's got, and I know you're not saying that, Rasputin. Drew Rosenhaus just showed you with Jalen Phillips' deal. They're not taking less. Carter won't take less and Howie won't pay more. There's no benefit to caving in for Howie if Carter's only leverage is to ask for a trade. Absolutely true. They'll demand a trade. If A.J. Brown, who had 2 years remaining on his contract, can talk himself out of playing in Philly, Jalen Carter will as well. It's a stupid conversation right now. By the way, they don't have leverage. Well, I'll make this point very clear to you. If Jalen Carter doesn't get that contract and he doesn't play, he does have leverage. You know why? You're not the same defense. Who's your replacement? Byron Young? Sills, if Howie thinks Carter hasn't earned a contract yet for his inconsistency, wouldn't that reflect on the compensation or the value the league has on Carter? Carter's leverage is in question, no? Yeah. Except for the agent he has. The agent he has. He'll hold him out. He'll look at it like this. If you lose $100 or $200 or $300,000, okay, it's worth it on the back end to get a 3-year contract extension at $38 million. This goes back to the owners' meeting and Laurie's response to the question about Carter. 49ers and picks. It's like all areas of life. You can always go younger and cheaper. I knew it when they paid Davis. Correct. They feel more comfortable in paying Jordan Davis. And I still think they overpaid for a 2-down football player. Sills, and by the way, this is not a debate. This is not a debate. You have no reasoning for him not to have a contract extension. You have no reason. There's no reason. Nothing. You told me all last year, Sills, you got to let him go. Remember? All of you guys going like this? Well, Sills, we got to pay Jalen Carter. So if Milton Williams and Josh Sweat have to go, they have to go. Well, where are you then? What's happened in a year then? why they haven't re-signed this guy to an extension. And they just decided that the 5th year, I knew it when they picked up the 5th year option. Drew Rosenhaus and Carter were going to go through a wall over that because that's not how that guy operates. Why didn't they do it? Carter's not getting a contract in Philadelphia at $38 million. You're out of your mind. He's not a $38 million player. Jalen Carter is not the best DT in the league. He's not even the 4th best DT. The dude in Dallas is better. The dude in Tennessee is better. Dexter Lawrence is better, and Chris Jones is still better. Dude, I don't give a shit what you think. I'm not paying a guy who looked like shit last year and has shoulder injuries market money. Oh, God. You're overvaluing your player. That's right. Now you know why the Browns have. Hey, when the Eagles offered up Jalen Carter for Myles Garrett, the Browns had no interest in Carter. Zero interest in Jalen Carter. Zero in bringing that guy to Cleveland. What made the deal work was they wanted an edge, and they wanted one of the best edges in football. And they got Verse. Okay? Sales Jurgens' deal is a great point. I mean, remember Bob? How about this? Bob, he had just had back surgery, and how he extended him with a 3-year deal. Carter has been injured. Why haven't they? Sills, has Clint mentioned behind-the-scenes issues? I'd trade and let someone else buy his potential. Give me Coop and Q. Hey, that's another great point. You know, we brought this up last week as well. Here, let's do this. So let me bring this out here to you. Highest paid corner in football. I think it's Trent McDuffie. Okay, McDuffie. That's $31 million. Are you going to pay Q more than $31 million? Are you going to pay Q? I would. Are you going to pay Q more than $31 million? Are you going to pay him more than 31? Yes or no? How much are you going to pay that guy? Okay, Q's going to set the market. Q's going to set the market. How much does Kyle Hamilton make? I think Kyle Hamilton has just as much impact in the secondary as Cooper DeJean does, and I'm going to pay him whatever that looks like. I'm going to pay him Kyle Hamilton money. Jesus Christ. Here, how much is Kyle Hamilton's base? Kyle Hamilton salary, 2026. Okay, he just signed a contract. Bonuses, payout for this year is going to be $20 million. Are you going to put a contract together where you're going to pay and you're going to give Cooper DeJean $20 million? I think so. Are you going to set up a contract where you're going to pay? Get this. I know he is. Your guy's not a corner. Nickel corner and cornerback are not the same. Vic tells you that. You don't want to hear it. He's not a corner. He's a nickel corner. You're going to pay that guy, in my opinion, $20 million. And I'm saying he has the same, and if you'd listen to me, the same impact in the secondary as Kyle Hamilton. That's why I'm paying him 20. That's $51 million that you're paying two dudes this coming offseason. What about your star child? When does Hurts get his contract? That's 60. You're telling me you think you're going to pay $140 million this coming offseason for 3 guys and then turn around and pay $40 million almost to Jalen Carter? You're high. You're high. By the way, all of you kept telling me this. Hey, Kim, remember this? Last summer, during this time, Sills, you're wrong. You can't keep Milton Williams and you can't keep Josh because we got to pay Jalen Carter. Where is the money? Where is it? Where's Carter's deal? What are you waiting for? There's nothing to be negotiated. It's past June 1. If it was such a rush, now it's not a rush because, Bob, tell these people, why isn't it a rush anymore? You know why it's not a rush? Because Jeffrey Simmons reset the market at $36 million. He reset the market. Reset it. And by the way, do you know why this is the most important thing that we're talking about in this offseason? If you don't have your salary cap and you don't have that figured out and taken care of, you can't win football games. Money and athletes and contracts are a major part of evaluating and building a football team. If you don't have a healthy salary cap, you can't win. You cannot win. Here, 2000, let me give you this. 2026 NFL salary caps per team. 2026 NFL salary caps by team. Let's take a look at that. Here's the salary caps right now in the NFL. And here are the teams right now that are, again, Steelers, Cowboys, Saints, Bears, Bucks, Panthers. You see these teams down here? They got no cap space. 3 million, 2 million. Steelers aren't going anywhere. The Cowboys might. The Saints aren't. The Bears are on rookie deals. The Panthers are on rookie deals. The Giants are in a rebuild. And the Miami Dolphins. These teams are going nowhere. The Browns are there. They're going nowhere. They have no space to operate. Here are the teams that have space to operate. Chargers, Patriots, Broncos, Texans, Seahawks, Eagles, Packers, Rams, Lions, Ravens. Gee, anything comes up with that? You know what it is? Those are good football teams every year. Sills, the moves on the D contract set up how to handle Jalen Hurts. I think the O will go young like the D was, and it's the D's turn to get paid. You know what, dude? Here's the thing that I always said that made the New England Patriots great during that run. You know what it was? They had a balanced salary cap, Bob. Their salary cap was the reason, plus the great quarterback, is why they won for 20 years. They never overpaid on both sides of the football. I mean, look at the big money guys that they had in 20 years of football there. Brady, who was never the highest paid quarterback at any time when he was there. And who was the highest paid defensive guy? I don't know. They got rid of them all. Gronk was one of the top 3 players. He was the only other guy. They never paid wide receivers in New England. They never paid them. And anybody's contract that came up, they got rid of them and dumped them. When Moss wanted more money, when Stephon Gilmore wanted more money, when Richard Seymour wanted more money, what did they do? They shipped their asses out of town. Sills, the Pats always gave up a guy a year too early instead of too late. Yeah, and you know what they did? They got draft picks back. And that's how they kept the machine going. How he abused the void years. Yeah, and now you know what he's doing? He's going to play catch up. Seals, I like Carter, but I'll pass on the contract. We have to pay Q and Coop, and it will have to be a DT by committee. Marsh, thank you, bro. Hope you had a great Father's Day, man. I'm just getting on. Don't know if you covered it, but the number you threw out, 42 a year, is way off. Carter will not get that much. Dude just got 35, and he's better than Carter. What am I missing here? Dead on. I thought that they were looking for – dude, how do you know Rosenhaus still doesn't want 40? Just because Jeffrey Simmons got 35, that doesn't mean that Drew Rosenhaus doesn't want 40 million. Marsh, what makes you think Rosenhaus doesn't want 40 million? Why? Because the guy with another client and another agent signed him to 35? I think you don't get who Drew Rosenhaus is. Okay? He doesn't represent Jeffrey Simmons. That guy is looking for more money for his client. How do you know he doesn't offer that kind of money? By the way, Jalen Carter is not better, and I agree with you. He's not better than Jeffrey Simmons. Hey, and Marshall, here is another example of a guy on a shitty team that has nothing to do with wins. How did Simmons get paid? It ain't on wins. He plays in Tennessee. How did he get paid? Everyone in the league knows he's one of the top 3 DTs. That's why. Yeah, but wait. My guy's been to 2 NFC championship games. Doesn't mean dick that he's been to 2 NFC title games. Means nothing. Hey, you see Twiz down here? Simmons is a good player. Carter ain't better. Based on what? 2 years ago? Okay. Welcome to the issue the Cowboys had 2 years ago. Cowboys had Dak, CD, Micah, all up for market-setting deals. Usually one has to go. Amen. Okay, Twiz. I got you, bro. 40 million is crazy, though. Seals, Carter's not a better player than Simmons. That's why I think this helps us out. It gives the Eagles leverage. Here, leverage for what? They're going to demand a trade. Drew Rosenhaus is not loyal to the Philadelphia Eagles. He's not loyal. He's loyal to his client. Drew doesn't work for the Eagles or with the Eagles. By the way, I see a dumbass in here saying, demand a trade. You mean like AJ? AJ had 2 years remaining left on his deal. By the way, let's see how many years AJ Brown has on his current contract that Howie gave. How many years does AJ Brown have left on his contract? He has 4 years remaining. 4 years remaining on his contract. 4, and he demanded a trade. A.J. Brown has 4 years left on his current contract and runs through 29. for automatically voids. Following his trade to New England Patriots, here are the few details. Total remaining terms 6, 7, 8, and 9. His 2026 compensation is essentially locked in, while his 27 and 29 base salaries currently have non-guarantees. Both the team and the player have flexibility during these years. Cool. Brown is slated to become an unrestricted free agent in the year 2030. This guy demanded a trade when the Eagles had 4 years of control with him. Oh, I see. And you have the void years. And you know what else you have? You have the tag years. Guys, who gives a shit whether the guy doesn't have years or not? They're going to demand a trade. You're telling me that some team will give Carter? I don't know. Well, ask yourself this, Marsh. You think there's dumb football teams out there? I'm willing to take a chance. I think Howie will too. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that number isn't logical. Rosenhaus should know that. Yeah, but listen, Marsh, you start at 40 and hope you land on 38. You start at 38, you're going to land on 35. Drew knows that. Sills is just trying to play in both ways. What are you talking about? I have no clue what you're talking about. And by the way, we are not getting into dumbass conversations like with some of you a week ago. Some of that went off the rails, and it lowered my IQ talking to some of you in here. Here's what people aren't talking about is we also will have to pay Smitty. Correct. If he turns out to be your number one, you're not going to keep him at 25. Seals, hypothetically, if Coop was to get a franchise tag, hypothetically, because he can't, he's a second rounder. So he doesn't have that option. Would be as a corner or safety. No, they're going to go with the lesser. They're going to go with the safety because it's cheaper. And the agent's going to go, no. The nickel plays like a safety and corner. That's why I say you're going to have to pay him what Kyle Hamilton got. Something in there because the Eagles are going to come back and go, hey, by the way, you think playing him at safety is a good thing or bad thing for Cooper DeJean? Cooper DeJean probably hates that. It's less money. It's less pay. Who wants to be in the corner position? Hey, you see that? They're going to put Cooper DeJean at base. You know what his agent probably said? Bullshit. Bullshit. That means when negotiations start up next year, they're going to classify him as a safety, which is less money than a corner. I mean, common sense. Some of you use it. Hey, I think it's really good that, we're going to have him in base. Okay? Here, hold on here. Says you act like Rosenhaus doesn't know who Howie is or he doesn't respect Howie. Dude, no. I'm telling you how Rosenhaus has done business the last 40 years. It's got nothing to do with not liking him. Of course they got a good working relationship. Drew Rosenhaus doesn't give a fuck about the Philadelphia Eagles. He could give a shit about them. He didn't even give the Eagles a chance to match the Jalen Phillips contract because he knew he wouldn't. Gave him 4 years, 30 annual. And that was over Zoom. Where are you getting this from? This has nothing to do. And he will lose game checks. Bro, pretend you know how he does business. It's all good. Seals, I agree that Drew can demand a trade, but Howie has the 5th year and 2 franchise tags. Hey, Bob. A.J. Brown theoretically had 4 years remaining on a contract, demanded his ass to get out. What happened? Brown had no leverage. Brown had 0 leverage. 0 leverage. What happened? Andy and Belichick always stayed disciplined in the cap. Correct, Kim. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Seals, I'll take it even further. If Rick Woolen has a breakout year, he might demand a 2-year contract extension. Yeah, that's going to be north of 25. Are you going to let him walk out the building too? If Rick Woolen has a year where he leads the NFL in interceptions, you paying him what? You let him walk? So you guys are telling me this. Hey, Donnell, I'm not saying you, by the way. Donnell, if Merle Jomo has a great year and Rick Woolen, to pay Carter, you're letting them walk? This is exact reason I said when we drafted him, Coop will be paid as a top safety. Q will be paid as the top corner. It's financially savvy that way. Correct. So look at this. Twiz isn't expecting anything from Rick Woolen this year. I'm not bothered by that take. Seattle let him loose for a reason. So again, he won't be re-signed. Okay. So he's not on the table. So you must be expecting a what? Average year? Okay. Hey, Seattle let him loose. You can't turn around and go, what a great upgrade we got at corner, and then go, well, we're not going to worry about him. We're just going to let him walk out the building no matter how good he is. Okay. See how you want your cake and eat it in your conversations as well? Hey, Sills, is it a bad look on the Eagles for drafting a guy that is having a hard time learning a first-year OC's playbook? Yeah. And it's only minicamp. Yeah. Carter has to go, Sills. Too many contracts are coming up. And too many high big-time contracts are coming up. Sills, Brown is 4 years older than Carter, so moving on was a good move. Carter has 2 shoulder issues. Tag gives him no long-term security that can be leveraged. Bob, A.J. Brown is a productive player every year he's been in Philly. Carter hasn't been. In Carter's 3 seasons playing, 1 has been productive. 1. It's just a rental. If he has a bad season, he's gone. If he has a good season, he'll get paid somewhere else. Okay. So you're letting him walk out the building, and next golf season, you'll be looking for a corner. Got it. I think Coyote's got a great case here and a great topic. Let's say you're Philadelphia Eagles, win the Super Bowl. Like many of you in here say you're going to. My priority, number 1, is Jalen Hurts. $63 million. You bet, Coyote. What would be my second number 1 priority? Well, if the offense turns into what you guys are saying, I got to make Devontae Smith happy. I'm not going to pay him second-tier money. I'm going to elevate that guy and put him in the category of a number 1 wide receiver, which comes in at around $35 million. What do you think? You're going to keep a number 1 at 25? What are you, crazy? Agent's job is to go back and redo contracts and restructure contracts. You restructured the contract for Barkley after he went for $2K, did you not? You upped his pay. You'll do the same for Devontae. Then you've got to deal with Q, Cooper, and there's Carter sitting at number 5 at 38 large. Never happened. And then you're going to let Moro Jomo walk out the building. I can tell you right now, Nolan Smith is already, today on June 22nd, he's a 2027 cap casualty. You're not re-signing and bringing that guy back. Or extending him on a 3-year contract. Seals, would you please explain to these Eagle fans, especially Trey, how the 1-year franchise tag George Pickens received works? Yeah. Let me give you the number. Okay. Let me give you the number here. And I want to give the exact number on what Pickens is getting. So George Pickens signed a $27.3 million contract extension. Pickens officially signed it, and he's locked in for the 26th season. All of it is fully guaranteed, okay? And it's a non-exclusive franchise tag, okay? He officially signed this. And non-exclusive, because he received the non-exclusive tag, Pickens was allowed to negotiate with other teams. If another team had signed him to an offer sheet, the Cowboys would have to match their rights. What people aren't getting and reporting on George Pickens went out with his agent and said, can you match it or give me more? Nobody came forward and matched the non-exclusive. George Pickens, nobody wanted to pay because of the past issues. More than 27.3 on the tag. Nobody fought the Cowboys. The Cowboys were right. No team in the market came and said, I'll give you more. The Cowboys would have had to renegotiate with Pickens on an extension. Nobody offered it. The Cowboys, they called his bluff. They allowed him to talk to 31 other teams and said this, if you can get a better deal and you can get a 3-year contract extension worth more money, have at it. Nobody did it. Why? Well, he's George Pickens. He's George Pickens. Cowboys are reluctant to sign long-term deal for Pickens until he proves it at least one more year, just like Howie isn't going to give Carter the tier deal until he proves he's healthy and productive. 1,000%. 1,000%. Nobody in the NFL and Jerry Jones and Steven were right. Hey, go ahead. And right there with the NFL Players Association, they gave him a non-exclusive. It wasn't a franchise tag, like a dead franchise tag where nobody can negotiate. They went like this. Here's a non-exclusive. You can get another deal. Go ahead. Go find one. They didn't. How about this? He didn't even sign an offer sheet. Pickens didn't even get an offer sheet from another team. Why? Nobody felt good with it. The Cowboys won that deal. And Pickens' agent realized it. Shit, you got to report, dude. You got to report, dude. Here, that's exactly how it works. Non-exclusive aspect. Because he received the non-exclusive tag, Pickens was allowed to negotiate with other NFL teams, according to the NFL Players Association. If another team had signed him to an offer sheet, the Cowboys would have the right to match the offer or receive first two round picks, 2 number 1s, as compensation. Nobody was willing to give 2 1s up for him on an offer sheet. Cowboys said, go ahead. Sign this or you get nothing. So he signs fully guaranteed $27.3 million deal. The Cowboys won that negotiations. Here's another tidbit on this. No offer sheet was even approached by his agent. Pickens did not sign an offer sheet with another team, officially signed his franchise tag with the Cowboys. Pickens and the Cowboys, and it passed, had until July 15th to negotiate a long-term contract extension. If they do not reach a long-term deal by that date, he must play on the 1-year $27.3. That is the bylaws of the NFL contract for a franchise tag on a non-exclusive. Cowboys won. A Jalen Carter about the same player. If people want Carter because of his upside, then trade him high. Sills, with Carter's future in question with the Eagles, does that put the possibility of Woolen extension on the table if he has a big year? Yeah. And I would also say this. That also puts Moro Jomo with a nice 3-year deal potentially on the table. It's not that the Cowboys don't want Pickens. That's correct. But they also don't want to negotiate against themselves with Pickens' immaturity in 1 year of production. Completely true. The Cowboys did everything right with the George Pickens thing. They gave him a chance. They traded for him. They brought him in. He was highly productive on 1 year. Do I think George Pickens and the Cowboys want to do something long-term? I completely agree. But just like with Jalen Carter, bro, you can't have 1 year of good football to erase some of the shitty stuff that's gone on with the other years on getting mega money. Sills, I agree. Carter, Drew are selling potential. I will not buy potential. Potential kills. The Cowboys ain't win shit if he balls out again and CD gets hurt again. The price going to drive up. Okay. Well, that's the Cowboys are gambling on that. If CD Lamb gets banged up again and Pickens has another 1,700-yard year and he has another season, he's going to be the highest paid wide receiver in pro football. And he's going to be floating around $41 million. And get this, CD Lamb will be moved. They won't move Pickens. They'll move Lamb. You're not going to have $75 million worth of salaries on the perimeter and still have to worry about one right tackle. Says I'm 100% Carter's not getting a contract. So with that being said, do you think Carter will sit out the whole season? No. I think Carter will sit out half of training camp and acquire about $70,000 in fines, and he'll show up right before the season starts in September for that opener against the Commanders. And it'll set him back. Don't be shocked if that guy's not ready to play come Commanders week. That's what my prediction is if they don't get this wrapped up. You think that Drew Rosenhaus is going to let him go into this year not having an extension, and you thought that fifth-year option? Here, what year was Carter? What year was Carter drafted? What was the year? 23? Was he drafted in 23? Let's see, 2023. Let's see, 2023. 23. Okay. So, let's see here. Will Anderson, contract extension. Let's see. Let's see here. Devin Witherspoon. Has he signed a contract extension with them yet? Witherspoon named Seahawks most important extension. It's been a summer of contract extensions in this NFL offseason. Most recently, Simmons signed an extension. Impact the Seahawks negotiations right now with Byron Murphy, and right now they are in contract negotiations with Devin Witherspoon on extending him. So Devin Witherspoon is going to be extended before the start of the beginning of the season. And Witherspoon's extension will set the floor for the Gonzalez negotiations, Christian Gonzalez in New England. So right now, Witherspoon off that 23 draft and Gonzalez are getting contract extensions, not 50-year options picked up. And the guy in the middle of all this is Jalen Carter. Okay? That's from the 23 draft. Still, Eagles have more cap space than people want to acknowledge. Howie gave Goddard a contract to avoid the $20 million cap hit and still owe AJ money in 27. Correct. Players getting record-setting deals after 1 year of production is not good. GMs have to be proactive, but they also have to be patient at times when they still hold the leverage. And that's what makes it Roseman's not doing anything wrong. By the way, I want it very clear here. I'm not saying the Eagles are doing anything wrong. But you're dealing with Rosenhaus. Correct. Those deals are getting done. Carter's isn't. Why? Why? Anybody? So let me get this right. 3 guys that were taken in the 2023 NFL draft on the defensive side of the football. Let's see. And these guys are going to set the market at their respected positions when they sign. Anderson has set the market. Witherspoon is going to set the market. Carter's not. Where did Gonzalez go? Gonzalez was the 17th player taken. How many defensive players were taken in this draft? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All the way to Christian Gonzalez. By the way, what did the Lions do to Jack Campbell? Where's Jack Campbell playing now? Anybody know where Jack Campbell's playing? Jack Campbell. Where's he playing now? Let's see here. They picked the 5th year up on him. Oh, excuse me. Instead, they signed the All-Pro to a 4-year contract extension worth $81 million to 2030. Excuse me. Jack Campbell in that draft was given a 4-year contract extension. 4 years. 4 years, he gets one. So let's see here. You're working on Christian Gonzalez's deal, Witherspoon's deal. You just gave a contract extension to Jack Campbell. Where's Carter's? Where's Carter's? Anybody? We have Howie fucking Rosen, but you want to cry about contracts all day. The only thing I'm worried about, will offense be a shit show? Once again, this guy doesn't get it. He's let fucking all-pro team go in the last 2 years, and you're going to let more players go. And he thinks money's not part of the conversation when it comes to NFL football. This ain't fantasy football, dude. Twiz, dude, man, very disappointed that you've gone the other way on idiotic takes. Very sad. In the immortal words of my guy, Mark Holmes, Super Bowl window fucking closed. Here. Patriots, let's see what that number's going to come in at. So here we go. The New England Patriots, according to Dan Shaughnessy, cornerback Christian Gonzalez is eligible for a long-term contract extension while negotiations are ongoing. The deal is expected to be finalized at the beginning of training camp in the last week of July. They secured it through 27 by picking up the fifth-year option. The front office and the coaching staff view Gonzalez as a cornerstone, and they are working on a long-term extension, him being a vital piece on defense. The only people not working on a long-term deal is Jalen Carter. Why? What up, Sills? Hope you had a good weekend. On the contracts, Howie's a wizard. Literally the best GM in the NFL, despite what you think. I never said he wasn't. Outside of the occasional year, Howie gets together the best roster. How was your roster last year? How was your roster in 23? Okay, I got to ask you guys one thing. What was the difference between the 23 team and the 25 team? Why were they both almost the same in wins and almost in meltdown at the end of the year? You said that the 25 team had a problem because of the O-line. You had the number one ranked O-line in 23. What happened in 23? What do you think? Terrible linebackers and secondary. I can agree with that. And no Vic. Fair. They're not paying Jalen Carter or Jalen Hurts or running back. They will pay Q, Coop, Hunt, O. And they need offensive line. They need Mac Jones, a couple young picks, and they had a vet somewhere on the football team. Okay? Let's see here. That good watches JAKIB more than me. Okay? Top 5 roster year in and year out. He continues to put together the top 3 to 5 rosters every year. He will get these contract situations figured out. Whether that, bro, it's not getting a contract figured out. You got a $38 million deal you got to deal with. What do you mean figure what out? Figure what out? You really think that Jalen Carter is going to take less money than Jeffrey Simmons? What are you figuring out? Figuring out what? Simmons is not a better football player. He's not a better player Figure what out? Figure what out? How you're going to pay him less? You mean like Jalen Phillips? Jalen Phillips saw that deal that you sent, laughed at it, and signed with Carolina. Rosenhaus represents him. This guy's stupid, man. Simmons is better than Carter. He is, by far. Oh, wait, are you under the impression you think that Jeffrey Simmons is not better than Jalen Carter? So I'm confused because shouldn't Drew just tell Carter to play the season and get his bag in 27 with another team since they can't work out a deal in Philly? No, because you hurt everyone. If the Eagles don't want to pay him, Rosenhaus is going to do this. What I would do is you'll see a lot of games missed this year. You think Drew Rosen... Wait a second now. This is a great one here, Donnell. Donnell, folks, do you think that Drew Rosenhaus kept Jalen Carter out of that first New York Giants game? Yes or no? Do you think he kept him out of that New York Giants game? Yes or no? What do you think? After the shoulders and all that? Okay. Okay. Do you believe? Absolutely. Okay. Correct. How many people in here believe that Drew? What do you think? The Eagles just hold them out? Yes. Okay. What will make you think he's not going to hold him out of training camp? Sills, JC will get paid. There's a reason why they have declined to trade him. The other teams didn't want him. You're making it sound like the Browns didn't want him. Bro. Sills, Simmons is a high-end DT, and he's more consistent of a player. If Carter played at Simmons' level, the deal would have been signed first. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Okay. I'm hoping here that hope we get JAKIB on here. I think Joe said that we've confirmed already with JAKIB at 4:30. So that'll be at 4:30. And then also we're going to have Howard Eskin today at 5:30. So Rosenhaus is fucking up Jalen Carter's career. Get rid of him. How is he fucking his career up? Guy's got 2 NFC championship rings. He just got a 5th-year option picked up, and he's going to demand a trade that's going to pay him north of $35 million. How in God's name is that effing a career up? As a matter of fact, look at what he just did to Jalen Phillips. He elevated his career. He got him with the Eagles. He used the Eagles to sign a great deal. Howie Roseman, basically, Drew Rosenhaus used the Eagles. He without a doubt, used the Eagles. He went to Philadelphia. You wasted a 3. He elevated his game and your defense, and he signed a deal that paid him $30 million for never making a Pro Bowl. And you think Drew Rosenhaus is going to do what? Go back into a different realm of getting a more accomplished player, less money? Based on what? Drew used the Philadelphia Eagles. He got his client $30 million on a 4-year deal. And nobody was offering anybody a 4-year deal but Carolina Panthers. Kudos to Drew. Good job, Drew. That's how you represent your players, man. You don't represent teams. You're not trying to cut a sweetheart deal for the Eagles. Sills, if Carter holds out, doesn't that hurt his value once the other teams see how big of a pain he is? Hey, just like you saw with a pain when Micah Parsons was laying on the trainer's table during a exhibition game, and he was not even engaged, and he was just hanging out, being a distraction on the sidelines. You mean like that? When he got that contract extension in Green Bay? Or how about the fact that AJ had 4 years remaining? 4 years remaining on a contract in Philly. And he went and demanded a trade to get the hell away from that quarterback. Hey, whatever you think of what I think of Jalen, A.J. Brown thinks the same way. We are looking up our DBs. Even if KF, we pay Carter, we'll have $200 million defense and get cheaper on offense. Drew knew Jalen Carter would have bad film and value at edge. Seals, I just got back in the chat and I'm already seeing about 7 spam comments. Yeah, because they're idiots. They all want my attention, those spam guys. It's all good. They'll never get it. Seals would love to add Carter. Giants would love to add Carter. They're not trading him in division. I don't believe. Eagles can't afford all those big contracts unless they agree to discounts. Sills, in your opinion, do you think Jalen Carter is closer to being overrated and overpaid, or is he this championship beast that the Eagles can't afford to lose? Asking for delusional Eagle fans. Great take. I think he's an important piece, but he's not the most important piece. I think those two guys in the secondary are your linchpins. I think Cooper and Q are your linchpins. Dude, look at Greg. Look at what you've gotten away with at edge the last couple years outside of Reddick. Homegrown, not crazy salaries, guys with 7 or 8 sacks, nothing exceptional. You've not been exceptional at edge during the entire 5 years, except for one season with Hassan Reddick. Okay? I mean, you really haven't. You haven't been exceptional. So you can get away with it. John said this morning that the Birds have his rights. He can either sit out and not get paid, or we trade him for a value. He has little to no leverage. You're missing the point. Drew Rosenhaus is going to sit him out and pull him out. Hey, Ryan, if he pulled him out of the Giant game, be prepared to have him being pulled out of more games this year. You think that Jalen Carter is going to play through injury, knowing that you didn't give him a contract extension? Why would he? Why would he do that? Drew doesn't want Carter to get to the franchise years. He loses leverage at that point due to a deal having to be done by July 15th, those years. That's correct. This is a lie. Literally that's a lie. They refused Carter. They wanted Verse. That's a made-up story. It's a completely... Andrew Berry said they had no interest in anything but an edge rusher. It's a made-up lie. Why would I want an overrated 2025 defensive tackle? Why would I? Sills, I want to ask this again because your silence was very loud. The organization controls the media, so I'll ask you. Has Clint mentioned any real issues, immaturity, or health issues? How about if I said this, Bob? I think the agent has a lot right now to do with Carter's place where he is. Okay? I think he's got a lot. Like, and he's in his ear right now. Okay? Yes. Al Davis and those guys back in the day. And I was working for the Raiders then. And Al told me, he goes, the Buccaneers don't want to give, the Glazers didn't want to give Warren Sapp a contract extension. And they didn't want to pay Sapp the money any longer because they thought he was on his back nine. And Al goes, well, I'm going to give it to him. And the Raiders did not want to, completely overpaid, but they did a little bit. They still got some Pro Bowl years out of Warren Sapp, but yeah, the Bucs were not going to give him the contract. They were just not going to give him the contract extension. Sills, if that case I don't know what we're doing here, but if that's the case, shouldn't Vic sit Carter as a backup and start a Jomo if Drew plays that game? Taking Carter out of games. I don't know what you're talking about. I think they're going to play that front anyway. By the way, Donnell, not a lot of depth that everyone keeps telling me you have at D-line. Agents hate franchise tags because they lose leverage due to league puts you on a deadline to sign deals. That's why Drew is pushing to get it done now because he has leverage and holding out. Bro, when that July 15th deal, look at the Pickens deal. The Cowboys have massive leverage now with George Pickens. Massive leverage. Like, where are you going? You're not going anywhere. That's why Davis's contract extended his nose tackle ability to find harder to find. Sills is on Drew's payroll. Yeah. No, I'm trying to explain to you that you thought you guys were signing Jalen Phillips to a contract. I remember every one of you saying it. Jalen Phillips, he'll be, that's a number one priority. That was the number one. Your number one priority left the building before you even had a chance to sign him. And then you had to go out and spend another number. Hey, Bob, think about this, what the Eagles did this year. And I know they're going to get it back in compensation picks. But you blew a 3 up, sent to Miami. You lost the player, and you did the same exact thing. And then you gave Jonathan Grenard $27 million. Okay. Sounds to me like a lateral move. Jonathan Grenard's a lateral move on the Jalen Phillips deal. And you saved $3 million. Okay. Let's see. Next year, Sills will be on the trade Cooper chant. You heard it here first. That's a fucking lie. unless he blows a knee out. Sills, I say that because I can't see Vic putting up with the Carter situation. Don't you know? That's also one of the reasons why he went like this when asked the question when Vic got in front of the media. How about Jalen Carter's shoulders? He goes, they're totally fine as far as I'm concerned. Remember him saying that? He said they were totally fine. Okay? Let's see here. How about this? Let me show you something here. Also on contract negotiations. Okay. Not what Jalen Carter. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, and by the way, I see some people in here saying some dumb shit. Mary Kay Cabot said that fucking the Eagles offered up Jalen Carter. You can't be stupider. Sills, if we trade Carter, we could potentially have 3 first-round picks for 27 and 28 that enough to deal with drafting a potential Hurts replacement. Let me put this out here for you. What do you think Jalen Carter's market value is right now? Knowing you're going to have to pay $36 million. And give up a 1. What do you think his market value is? No way. Never happened. No way. No way. Let me see here. Let me. What was Quinion Williams' deal? Quinion Williams trade. Quinion Williams trade. Jets to Cowboys. And no way am I saying he's better. Exchange for the Jets 2026 second round pick, a 27 first round pick. Okay. And they traded away that stiff Mozzie Smith, who I told you was a stiff on draft day. That's an elite player, though. I think you get a 1 for him. Not anything, maybe a 1 and a 5. Probably a 1 and a 5. I think he's 35, but the value would be in the picks at this point in draft equity. I don't want many more contracts on defense. Dude, that'd be a reach right now. Because you got to remember, you got to add in the 36 mil too. If I give you my first round pick and a third, a 1 and a 3, Hogan, what's the value of the 1 and 3? Okay. See this here? 1 and a 5, but he's not getting no less than 38. Love the duality cells. Hold on for a second. No. A 1 and a 5? Maybe. But finding that team to do that and a 38? Yeah. I don't see it. Here, Bob, why don't you tell people what a 1 and a 3 also brings besides the equity of the picks? Does anyone know? You want me to do this. I agree with you. Good luck. You want 38 million and you want me to give a 1 and a 3 away. What's the value in the 1 and 3 outside the picks? Do you know? It's the money. You're on rookie contracts. Do you know why that A.J. Brown deal was kind of a rough? How much money did the Philadelphia Eagles lose? And how much did they pay A.J. Brown over his 4 years? How much did the Eagles pay A.J. Brown over 4 years? They paid him 100. How much total money? How much did the Eagles pay total money over 4 years? $91.6 million over 4 years. I'll show you something. How much does an average rookie make? A rookie wide receiver, how much will a rookie wide receiver make over 4 years in the NFL total money? How much? $50 million. Because of Jalen Reagor blowing out loud, you lost $44.3 million on the A.J. Brown deal on working on a rookie contract. That could have went other places by keeping Milton or Josh. I mean, you missed out on $45 million on the Reagor deal because Reagor was not able to come in and play on that rookie deal. So you had to pivot. And you had to pivot, and you had to go and make a trade. And you gave up a 1. Sills, that's for that answer. I understand you have boundaries you can't cross, so Drew feeding JC's ego, possibly overplaying his hand. And by the way, he just saw what Jalen Phillips got. By the way, Jalen Phillips, over the next 4 years, is making more money than Jalen Carter. And he's never made a Pro Bowl. Milton Williams is making more money than Jalen Carter, the guy you traded. And the guy who's playing in New England is now making more money than Carter. How do you think that's sitting with Jalen Carter after watching two guys that played in Philly get more money than him? Just curious. Anything? Milton Williams makes more, and Jalen Phillips makes more. Two guys no longer on your football team that came to Philly, played, got paid, and now Carter's sitting there with a fifth-year option. Okay. Seals, does it make more sense for teams to trade him mid-season? No, I think you have less people buying in then. I do. I think you have less people buying in. The over and under on Zander jumping in on his laptop the next 13 days. Oh, there's no way he's going to maintain that. There's just no way. I didn't mean that in a sense. My point was more to teams will give up both picks and market setting value if they wanted to. Got it. Okay, my friend. Got you. Who cares how he feels? He's a spitter. Let's see here. We had the worst defense in pro football in 23. If we had a middle-of-the-pack defense, Hurts may have 3 Super Bowl appearances. By the way, we're going to get to Jalen Hurts here in a minute. Jalen Carter will play on his option and like it. No, he won't. Get this. He's got no room to bitch and complain after the stunts he's pulled and having no impact on the field last year. Dude, I don't disagree with you, Paul. I don't disagree with you. Hey, Twiz, instead of arguing with me, why don't you argue with how those fucks operate? Seals, how did I want so Seals, who did I want us to draft? There's a reason I wanted Chris Johnson. So we had a cheap corner on a 5-year deal, so we didn't have to go through this like our guard position. You're right, Twiz. That's a great take. I take it back. My bad, dog. That's a really good take. And it's more of a premium position. First thing teams will want to look at is Carter's medicals, especially those shoulders. Why the fuck would I bring on Larry Zonka right now? To do what? To pivot off the Eagles and what? Talk about bygone years? For my husband, Maradona, Messi, Messi. I had Michelle Kaufman, who covers Inter Miami. You know the one thing about Messi people are saying? He never does interviews. Never. He does no media. They haven't talked to him in 4 years since he's been down there. But for 5 minutes. He's like an enigma. I mean, it's crazy. Sales, I truly believe now that Simmons has reset the market. The next deal will be estimated between 35 and 40. He is a former defensive rookie of the year and younger. Howie will get it done. Why not now? Okay, so in your opinion, Mr. Hill, Carter's deal will be done before training camp. Is that correct? The Eagles in the long run are better off without Carter and the drama he brings. If JC gets traded, the Eagles can add more depth to other positions in need. Let me see something here. Let me go here with this. Okay. To be traded for. Let me see if they can come up here. See if I can get Alonzo to respond to this. I'll tell you what. Alonzo's saying that the kid in Pittsburgh, the defensive tackle, Keanu Benton, and a first rounder could be something. Could he go to the Steelers? Keanu Benton is a name that's getting and a one with Pittsburgh. Could be something that, according to some guys in the NFL, is a talk that has been talked about. Keanu Benton and a one. Dude, what? Yeah, no. Let me take a look at Keanu Benton. Let me see what he did. Lonzo Heitzman says the Steelers would maybe do that for him. $51 tackles, 5.5 sacks. Seven TFLs. How old is he? He's 24. He was a second-round pick. Keanu Benton in a 1 from Pittsburgh. He had a better year. That's a great take right here. 11 wins without Carter, pretty much. You have it on back end, one of the better DB groups. And, of course, Vic. How many snaps did Keanu Benton play last year? And is he a 3-down guy? How many snaps did Keanu Benton play? Keanu Benton snaps played in 2025. 746. Represented approximately 64% of Pittsburgh's total defensive play time. Saw action in all 17 games, including the postseason. Logged heavily as a pass rushing, securing career high 5.5 sacks and generated 31 pressures. Run defense, split remaining snaps, maintaining his role on the interior as an anchor, registering 38 solos. Shit, he's a more complete player than Jordan Davis. What's this guy's salary? I like this. He makes $1.749 million. With an overall cap hit of 233. This is the final year of a 4-year, $7.33 million contract he signed with the Steelers. This guy's going to get fucking huge money. Wow. 27, he's a restricted free. He's an unrestricted free agent. What's his market value in 27? Market value in 2027. Pittsburgh Steelers defensive tackle Keanu Benton is projected to command a market value of roughly $26 million per year on a multi-year deal, translating to a projected $103.81 million. Is set to become a highly coveted unrestricted free agent. You can get that guy for $12 million less. I'll take that. And I trade Carter and him and I get a 1. How's that not make sense? I get a 1 and him. I'm in. And I get him for $12 million next when I have to give him a 103 and pay him $26 million bucks. So if the Eagles knew they aren't paying Carter, why didn't they trade him this past draft? Davis's deal was done March. Should raise eyebrows in the Carter camp, and it has. Yeah, not by Philly. Why would you pay a guy $35 million bucks? You can let Moro Jomo walk. Moro Jomo hold up like he had, and he's 24. He had 6 sacks. You did re-sign JD. That was good. He's getting better. All right. So, yeah. Dude, this is going to get complicated. This is not going to get easier. This is going to get more complicated. All right. So, another topic. So, Chris Sims' list of the top 100 32 quarterbacks has come out. And let's take a look at this. Hey, should we go from 1 down or from 32 up? What do you think? Should we go from 32 up or from 1 down? Would you trade Carter for a 1 in Benton, sign Benton for less, and be able to sign Rick Woolen to a long? Yeah. All right. So let's go from 1 down. I want to do 1 down. So here's Chris Sims's list of the top 32 quarterbacks heading into the 2026 NFL season. Number 1, Josh Allen. Of course. 2024 MVP is an unstoppable force. One-of-a-kind ability. Number 2, Joe Burrow. Burrow's anticipation and ability to read defenses make him one of the elite quarterbacks in pro football. Number 3, Lamar Jackson. Ravens star didn't put up his best performance last year, but is still one of the most dynamic quarterbacks in all of pro football. Number 4, Mahomes. Game goes beyond statistics. The Chiefs quarterback has already set himself up as one of the legendary all-time greats. See here. Number 5, Matthew Stafford. Stafford has an all-time arm and has plenty in the tank following an MVP season. Number 6, Caleb Williams. Williams has an elite arm talent and has proven already he could take the Bears to the next level. Number 7, Justin Herbert. Herbert lands at number 7, the quarterback countdown, despite the lack of big playoff wins on his resume. Truly a gifted talent. Drake May. May lands at number 8 despite the ups and downs from his eventual sophomore season with the Patriots. Number 9, Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders. Daniels has superstar ability, executes multiple facets of the game at a high level. Despite physical concerns, he is one of the truly most gifted players in the National Football League. Number 10, Baker Mayfield. Mayfield lands inside the top 10 as the Buccaneers look to bounce back in 26. Number 11, Dak Prescott. Prescott has been playing at a high level for a long time. It can help the Cowboys finally get over the hump. Number 12, on the Chris Sims 2026 best quarterbacks in the NFL. Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence is primed to continue his upward trajectory in Liam Cohen's offense and has turned the corner in several aspects of his game. Number 13, Jared Goff. Goff's aggressive decision-making is a strength, but he has some things that could be holding him back heading into 26 and 27 season. Number 14, Sam Darnold. Darnold put together some critical plays for the Seahawks en route to a Super Bowl title. His quick release and movement in the pocket help him land as the 14th best quarterback in pro football. Sills, on the other hand, Brady and Mahomes dynasties, Bradshaw, Aikman, and Starr had great teams. Montana dynasties, Bradshaw, Aikman had Starr had yes. 2015, or excuse me, at number 15, Let's go back here. So far, number one is on the Chris Sims list is Josh Allen, Burrow at 2, Lamar at 3, Mahomes at 4, Stafford at 5, Caleb Williams at 6, Herbert at 7, Drake May at 8, Hayden Daniels at 9, Mayfield at 10, Prescott at 11, Trevor Lawrence at 12, Jared Goff at 13, Sam Darnold at 14, and at number 15, Jordan Love. Love enters a pivotal season for his future with head coach Matt LaFleur. At number 16, Bo Nix. The Broncos signal caller needs to improve as a decision maker, but has the ability to be a top 10 quarterback. Number 17. Purdy has amazing anticipation and does a great job of extending plays, but is limited in certain areas. At number 18, Jones and Dimes Jones, Colts. Jones plays big in the pocket with a solid arm, but doesn't always see the field. At number 19, on the Chris Sims list of top quarterbacks heading into the 2026 season. At 19, Malik Willis, Miami Dolphins. Willis has superstar talent and has the opportunity to be a full-time starter with the Miami Dolphins. Number 20. You know, there's only 32 teams. CJ Stroud. Stroud sees a colossal fall on Chris Sims' 2026 quarterback countdown, given his playoff performance last year, but the 2023 NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year still has plenty of good moments. At number 21, Jalen Hurts. Hurts took major steps back just 1 year after being named Super Bowl MVP, took enormous steps backwards. 22 is Jackson Dart. Cam Ward's 23. Geno Smith's 24. Jacoby Brissett's 25. Aaron Rodgers is 26. Tyler Shook from New Orleans is 27. Joe Flacco is 28. Mac Jones, 29. Not even a starter. Kyler Murray's 31. Bryce Young is 31. Murray's 30. And 32 is Michael Penix. Not even, doesn't even have Hurts in the top 20. Do I think that's appropriately ranked? You know, Joe started the show out here today and said, I thought was one of the more intriguing things he said about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has been pretty consistent since he has been a starting quarterback. You're right. You know what he can and can't do. Like, you know what he can and can do. And when the talent is not there, 2025 proved he couldn't elevate the roster. Banged up O-line. Well, Joe Burrow, and here, let's make a point here. So here, let me show you something with Joe Burrow. What's been the average? Let's do it since Hurts has been a starting quarterback. What's the average ranking for the Cincinnati Bengals offensive line since 2021? 26th. So since 2021, Joe Burrow has a bottom 5 offensive line since he's been the starting quarterback in Cincinnati. What has been the average ranking for a defense in Cincinnati? What has been the average ranking for the Bengals defense since 2021? $25th. Okay. How many wins has Joe Burrow averaged as a starting quarterback? How many wins has Joe Burrow averaged in wins since 2021? Nine. So, Joe Burrow has the 26th worst offensive line as an average for the last 5 years. He's got the 25th worst defense over that same time frame. And he's averaging 9 wins with the worst O-line in one of the worst defenses in pro football. Let's do that same game with Jalen Hurts. What has Jalen Hurts' offensive line been ranked? Jalen Hurts' offensive line. Offensive line. Been ranked since 2021 when he took over. Number 1, best O-line. Let's take a look. What have the Eagles been ranked? Defensively. Eagles ranking defensively since 2021. Let's take a look at that. Average ranking. Thirteenth. So, Jalen Hurts has had the best O-line and the 13th best defense in pro football over 4 years. Joe Burrow has had an average 9 wins a year, the 26th worst offensive line, and the 25th worst defense. And when the running game was hurt a year ago, to what Joe said, and the O-line was not very good, Hurts couldn't elevate. Facts. He's right. Burrow puts a team and an organization on his back. Those are facts. Joe Burrow doesn't need the best O-line to win ball games. And in that time frame, he threw for 5,000 yards. He can't play defense. He doesn't make decision-making when it comes to signing O-linemen or even drafting O-linemen or keeping players like Trey Hendrickson. That's why when you see lists like that and you see people saying shit like that, Hurts doesn't elevate when things are not perfect. Case in point, that 49er game. That 49er game, when they needed plays against a JV 49er team, the coaching had no answers. And the player had no answers. That's why when you see people, by the way, I saw another supposed list of quarterbacks. I saw him down at 25. Sills, what about the resume? No question. When things are going well and when they're not, 23 and 25, you get those swings. When things are great and you've got an iconic run game, things are great. It's a front-running football team. When things are going well, things are great. When things suck, they suck. I pointed out to you last year, outside of Liars Month in September, that football team was 7-7. So Joe Burrow and Josh Allen are way more elite than Jalen, but they also need a defense and a top 10 O-line. Make it make sense. You just did. They win 9 games with horseshit and no defense and no O-line. Yeah. This is not a one-player thing. Like you think it's all Hurts. It's not. Hurts needs a defense too. But dude, this guy doesn't even have a top 15 offensive line. He's got one of the bottom 5 O-lines. You did make sense of it. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Sig. Sig answered his own question. So wait, Allen and Burrow need a good unit and a good team. Get this. How much help do they need? Well, not to be the bottom 5 O-line and a bottom 5 defense. That might help. How about a little help? No. Hurts has the entire he had the number 1 ranked offensive line for 5 years. And a top 10 defense for 5 years. A little help? How much help do they need? I don't know. How about a little? Here, how about this, guys? To these idiots' points. What would Joe Burrow do with the number 1 O-line in football and the number 10 defense in football? What do you think Burrow would do? With the number 1 O-line and the number 10 defense, what do you think Joe Burrow would do? What do you think? Liars Month is Liars Month, but any quarterback will need a good team to win. Aikman, Elway, all of them needed a team. Even Montana, Sills is the GOAT. And I feel sorry for the beef you have with Larry Zonka. I don't have a beef with Larry Zonka, my friend. Hurts has thrown for less than 200 yards in 16 of his last 23 regular season games. And in 2 of those games, he went the entire half without a passing yard. What qualify him as elite? Suave, that's a great freaking take. Here, how about this? Let's take a look at Josh Allen. What have the Bills' O-line been ranked since 2021? Have the Bills, Buffalo Bills. Let's see. List. Let's see. Buffalo offensive line. Let's see. Pro Football Focus. Let's see. Buffalo offensive line fluctuating from bottom half of the league in 21. Here. 2021, they were 25th. 22nd, finished in the bottom half, 19th. 23, finished 9th. 24 and 25, they've had a good offensive line. So his first 3 years, they were 25th, 19th, and in the last 2 years, they've improved. So kudos to Brandon Beane. Now let's take a look at their defense. So they've just recently gotten the O-line better. But his first 2 years, 25th and 9th. Let's take a look at their defense. What have the Buffalo Bills defense been ranked since 2021? Let's see here. What have the Buffalo Bills defense been ranked since 2021? Let's see here. Let's see. 2024. Okay, 2021, 1, 22, 2, 23, 9th, 24, 17th. In 2025, I think they had a high rating. This is why they win. This is why they win. Let's do another one. Let's do another one here. Let's go here with, let's see who's on that list. By the way, this was Chris Sims's list. So let's go down here and let's take a look at, we did Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's amazing. Let's take a look at Patrick Mahomes. What have the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line been ranked? Man, I don't know this. Been ranked since 2021. 19th overall. 19th overall. Since 2021, the offensive line in Kansas City has been ranked 19th. 19th. Jalenites are so delusional that they truly believe Hurts is one of the only quarterbacks that can get most out of his team around him. And no other quarterback can accomplish that in what he's done in the league. Correct. Seals, and your team never wins when it matters. Let's see here. Rasputin. I'm kidding you, my friend. 4,600 yards and a 70% completion rate aren't what got Joe Burrow to the Super Bowl. It must have been Mixon's 1,200 rushing. Oh, good, dude. Let's see here. How many teams would seriously pursue Hurts in 27 for $60 million? Do you know what you've got an issue of now? Do you really believe that a football team, including your Eagles, are going to pay Jalen Hurts $65 million? Do you really believe that? So according to some of you in here, this is what you got coming up on the horizon next year. Since all of you think that Hurts is getting signed, $65 million for Jalen Hurts. $35 million for Jalen Carter. $32 million for Q. $20 million for Cooper. And because you're going to pay him $65, you got to elevate another $15 million on Devontae Smith's deal. So you're going to restructure that to give him $35 million, right? So let me get this right. There's $100 million between Hurts and Carter alone. Another 55 for Q and for Cooper. And another 35 for Devontae Smith. That's $250 million. And next year's salary cap is expected to be at 312. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 players. You're going to spend $250 million this coming off season. Okay. $250 million. You really believe that? I mean, 250. It ain't my money. It's not the point. It's the cap. Let's see. So you retarded? You think it's easy writing down a bunch of numbers and taking a look at them and saying, oh, it's not possible? Do you realize how signing bonuses and contracts work? Yeah, I do. I've actually signed one. Of you? I've actually received one. I mean, bro, on my floor here, I've got an old NFL check. I got a $10,000 roster bonus because I showed up for the first game. And it's on the floor. It's over in the corner. A 10 grand check from the Lions is on the floor. Let me know if you want to see it, douchebag. No way Jalen Hurts is getting $65 million. Count the Rams' pockets? You've got Matthew Stafford. You've got an elite quarterback. Let's see here. Sales, they're clearly going to pay lots on the defensive players and rebuild the offense with younger and cheaper talent. And that includes the quarterback. Let's see here. I love when you play with them. Play with the arm sleeve. Asking if an ex-NFL player knows a contract works is hilarious. Dude didn't do his homework. Oh, Sills, I guess. It's all good. Well, how would he know? He goes around and dicks around on those Philadelphia ass-kissing shows. Why wouldn't he not? He wouldn't know, of course. Sills, I want your honest opinion. Drew is in JC's ear, so shouldn't Nick be in JC's ear from the team side? No, the coach stays out of that. That's going to come down to how he, dude, you hire an agent and you have a GM for a reason. I don't want to get into a conversation about my contract with my head coach. That's not his job. Okay? Let's see here. Let me hang on for a second. I got this 10 grand for just being active on a roster. Look at the taxes that get taken out up there in Detroit, too. There's a bonus for just showing up. 10 grand for being on a roster. Pretty crazy, huh? Hey, I got another one on the floor over there, too. I got like 7 of them with the Bucks. I got a contract for $250 grand with the Cowboys. They gave me $85,000 on a signing bonus, too. Let's see. I think Jalen Carter would get. No, he won't. Those escrow accounts aren't exactly full. Bro, 10 grand? I probably ate that in 5 nights. Let's see here. Yeah, crazy. Boy, I'll tell you. So Jeffrey Simmons has completely reset the market now at $35 million. $35 million. I mean, are the Philadelphia Eagles going to go down that lane and pay $36 million for Jalen Carter? And if they haven't thought about it now, why haven't they brought the contract to a head here? All right. I can't wait to hear what JAKIB says about this. Man played 10 plus years in the National Football League, covered the Eagles for a long time there on Fox 29. He is our friend. He is Gary Cobb, and we appreciate him coming aboard now. And I hope you had a great Father's Day, my friend. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I had a great Father's Day. You know, we got another little granddaughter. She's only she's the star of the show now because she's just 3 months.
Wow,
3 months. Yeah, but anyway, but this whole thing with Jalen Carter and everything. I mean, I don't think they're surprised. I don't think they're shocked. I mean, this whole thing with Simmons, they probably didn't know it was going to come this soon. That's the thing. But it's going to be interesting because I tell you now, Jalen, I will give him credit. He has been working his butt off. This offseason. He's not the biggest worker. That's not necessarily his strength. Where he's over there. He's the kind of guy just lives over there in the weight room and all that. But he has been working this year, and the guys have been saying he's been in there working and everything. And I imagine his agent has let him know how important this season is and everything, and this off season and everything. So, because there's stuff going on right now, and they're talking and everything, and they got to decide. I tell you, the Eagles got a lot of big decisions.
Boy, Gary, they do, and we're going to get to them here. But as you know, Drew Rosenhaus did this offseason with Jalen Phillips. Hey, you guys want to come in at $30 million, at $25 million, and you don't want to give this guy a 4-year contract? No problem. They didn't even give them a chance to counteroffer the Jalen Phillips deal. He got 4 years at 30, and that guy never made a Pro Bowl.
That's right.
And Drew Rosenhaus represents him.
Yeah.
So if these people think that Drew Rosenhaus is not going to hold him out during the fall camp, now, I'm not saying all of it because you don't want to lose that boatload of money because it's mandatory, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you may have one of those so-called hold-ins. Where do you think the Philadelphia Eagles are? I mean, they reset the market now because 31.5 was Chris Jones. Well, they blew by that with Jeffrey Simmons at 35.2.
Yeah.
Are you paying that kid $36 million right now, coming off of the year he came off of?
I mean, coming off the year he came off, I'm sorry, he did not play up to that level. I don't think. He just did not have a great year last year. I know he was ailing. Injury-wise, it wasn't 100%. But I don't think they're going to be willing to top this. I don't think. But I mean, it's going to be a kind of thing. I think they could give him, start heading him close, but kind of leave the door open and kind of point things at this year. See, I think that's probably the Eagles. That would be the smartest thing for them to do. Because, see, Jalen, he's got the talent to play at this level consistently and everything. But from a maturity standpoint, he hasn't shown that he's mature enough to do it, though, all the time. See? And so once he does get the money, is he going to keep on working? Is he going to be living over there at the weight room, getting in there, getting his workout in, and he doesn't have to wear everything is dependent on his lifting and everything, because he's a great athlete, especially you know, at his size and then at the defensive tackle position. He's a great athlete, but he does not have that hunger. I could think of guys who are hungrier than he is. You know, he's not hungry all the time.
Moro Jomo is hungrier than him.
I think so. I think he's more consistent. He works harder. He's not the same level of a player, but he's going to give you everything he's got all the time. And I can't say that about Jalen, that he's played at that level, or he's just carried himself in that maturity level. You know, he hasn't yet. So
Gary, would what you just said bug you if you're Howie, that you went, man, he's really working hard. Man, he's really at the weight room.
Yeah.
And he's really all this, but I hadn't seen that prior to that when all this stuff came out, when all of a sudden the 5th-year option came up. You mean to tell me that money is motivating the guy and greatness isn't? That to me, I mean, if you want greatness should motivate whether the lights are on or off, right? Or whether the paycheck's in front of you.
Yeah.
And is that a concern you think for Philly that, hey, money's on the table here, like you said, but you got to look at, if you want to be really great, dude, you got to do this when the lights and the money ain't on the table.
Now, you know, I mean, I just to put it all out there, Jalen has Hall of Fame talent.
Yes.
He could be a Hall of Famer, but has he played at that level?
No.
No, he has not played. I mean, I do think, you know, the thing that he does have that, you know, you could look at and say, okay, all right, now that was very, that the game, you know, where he took over that game to help them continue moving on, you know, to win the Super Bowl.
Rams.
He took over that Rams game there at the end. Now, that superstar, that's the kind of level he need to be playing at all the time, though. See, you need to see, you know, Jalen at times where he just takes over the game. Now, he did that then, but that Jalen Carter, the maturity level, the work, you know, the drive and all the things like that, I can't say he has that all the time. He doesn't. He does not play at that level all the time. He's not working that hard, you know. Now I talked about him working during the offseason. You know why that stood out so much? Because the guys are saying, man, I don't know what's gotten into Jalen Carter. I'll tell you what's gotten into him. His agent and them have talked to him about the kind of money that's out there now. So he stepped things up. Now, is he going to continue at that level once he gets the money?
Gary, how about this? Do you think it bugs Drew Rosenhaus and also Jalen Carter that Jordan Davis and Milton Williams make more money than him now? They were in the building and I mean, if I were him, those two guys got their money.
Yeah.
You know, how come I'm not getting the extension? And by the way, just for the record, in the 2023 draft, Will Anderson reset the market at edge rusher.
Yeah.
Christian Gonzalez is working on a contract extension, and Devin Witherspoon is working on a contract extension in Seattle that are going to set the market. Well, Jalen Carter was in that top 15. He was the 9th player taken.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's his deal? Where's his extension?
I mean, he has an argument, but the Eagles have an argument too.
They do.
You know, I think both sides. That's why, boy, this is a head scratcher, really. Now, see, the thing about this with the Eagles, though, you know, they got some other people sitting over here that getting close to getting their money too. Now,
Cooper and Q.
Come on, and they got to be paid. I mean, they have already they helped them win a Super Bowl, and then they were both Pro Bowlers the next year. So that's why I say these are some tough decisions the Eagles have got to make, and they have been paying everybody on the offensive side. That is gradually going to change some, where you're going to see the defensive side, more of those guys getting paid because they got to. They're some of their best players. So that's where now with the Eagles, man, Howie, this is why you pay you all that money, Howie. He's got to make a call. I mean, who are they going to? I mean, they're going to have to say goodbye to somebody. Some people are going to gradually leave. They're going to get younger when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. You're going to have more and more young players. That's why, you know, you have the drafting of the wide receiver and all that. You're going to see more of those guys. You know, they're going to have to let some of the veteran offensive players. They're going to walk gradually around here.
Well, let me go here now. So when Lamar gets his contract next week, it's going to be $63 million. Okay. You know what's really happening here?
Woo.
All these market deals now are making the Eagles really have to look at what they have.
Yes.
Are you going to turn around and pay Jalen Hurts $64 million at the end of this year?
Woo.
And give him a 3-year contract extension
Wow.
at the end of this year? Even if he plays well, Gary.
Well, he's got.
You're paying him
great,
$63 million.
I know.
Are you going to do that?
We got to wait for this season to play out. But I think that there's a chance you might. There's a chance you might, but the
do you think it's 50-50?
When you say 50-50, you're talking about.
Do you think it's 50-50 that they'll decide to move on from it, or 50-50 that they'll decide to give it to him? You think they're still debating it? You think they're going into the 26th season debating what 26 is going to look like for his future here?
Well, I tell you, the owner is on Jalen's side. The owner is a Jalen fan, okay? But he's not making the call, you know. I think he's going to let Howie make that decision. He might say something about it, but, I know that Jeffrey loves Jalen. He loves the work that he puts in, the way that he has been, such a professional about everything. But if there's another option, see, where's the better option? See, that's the thing is they got to be a better option. And that's what would sway the Eagles. Maybe there's a young quarterback. I mean, for them, to think that they would draft somebody. See, that's where Jalen has an advantage. Is the Eagles are not interested in waiting.
No,
so that's why a kid that's playing right now in college ball to think that he's going to get in here and take his place is very tough, because that means they got to wait a year or two. And right now, the Eagles are not interested in doing it. They got a team that's ready to win right now. So
that's why when Jalen took the reins, there was a rip down already because they had moved on from Wentz and it was coming off a 4-win season. Mm-hmm. It's easy to make that transition. You're not moving Hurts off of 11 wins and 2 years removed from a Super Bowl to put a rookie in. I can see a veteran guy, but they're not going to go down that lane. I think you're right. I mean, I do. Let me ask you one more question about Carter. Do you believe that Jordan Davis has moved ahead in how they see those 2 first-round draft choices right now and how they feel more comfortable with Jordan Davis and his progression and his potential versus Jalen Carter's? Do you think he's proven to them that, you know what, he's getting better and better? Because he had a really good year last year. If you look at
yes, he did. He did. Well, I think that, if you're talking about maturity, that Jordan has been the more mature guy. He works, and he's grown into the kind of guy they like, which is he's putting in the work. He's improved as a player. But Jalen Carter is the talent. Jalen Carter is the guy that can take over a game, like he did in that LA game. He's capable of doing it more often. And they haven't seen the best of Jalen Carter. I think that's the way they feel about it. They haven't seen the best of Jalen Carter. And that's why I think that whatever they decide to do, I think Jalen Carter is a part of it. He is, news has basically said that people have been interested in talking to them about Jalen.
Yeah.
The Eagles are not interested in moving him. They want him, and he's young. His best football is still ahead of him. We saw what he did in that LA game. He's capable of doing that.
At $38 million?
Well, I don't know. See,
well, listen, Drew's not gonna get 38. but he's going to ask for it so he can land on 36.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think that, they feel his best years are ahead of him. See, now that's, now the only thing is the money going to mess him up? See, you want a guy who is hungry right now. Now you're going to get the 38 million or whatever, and you're going to stay hungry. I don't know. See,
do you trust him?
I can't say I trust him right now.
By the way, I'm not talking about a bad kid and a bad dude.
Right. Yeah,
I'm talking about hard work and
that's
wanting
right.
to be great here.
That's right.
Not a bad kid. Look, the spitting
right.
and the stupid hooligan. You know what? Jerome was dumbass too. He did all them dumb, stupid shit things too.
Yeah,
But you can overlook that with talent.
That's right.
It's that Jimmy Johnson, player scale. Hey, you give me shit, you better have this much ability over here for me to put up with this shit. And that's kind of where Carter is, right? He's kind of on that scale. I'll put up with this amount of shit here, but you better give me this over here. You think he's going to give you that year in and year out?
I think that, I haven't seen that guy yet.
Yeah, me too.
But, I think that they're in a position where they've already kind of shown their cards that.
Oh yeah.
That they don't want to move him. He's here. He's a guy they think they're going to win with him. They know his best years. He's got his best years are ahead of him.
Yeah, but Gary, don't you think that they're here? I agree with you.
But even
I don't want him. What?
He's going to get this money. Even though he's made big money, he hasn't had this kind of money though. Is it going to change his life? Is it going to change him? I don't think so. I think that the way he's worked, this offseason, I think has been good. Now, is he going to keep it up? That's the thing, and I think he's getting ready for a great season. Because I think he's in the best shape of his career, both from a strength standpoint, the conditioning, everything. So, I expect a great year out of Jalen. I think that he's going to have a great year, man.
Is this gonna be a storyline for you this year? I wrote this down on AJ here, and I want to read this to you. Here's going to be the storyline on AJ Brown this year with this team, and I think the storyline is going to follow this team. They're either going to be better by addition, or you're going to feel a massive void with him not being in that offense.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair? And which side are you leaning on? And Gary, just because you signed 5 guys, that doesn't mean you're covering people, especially when you've got a guy like AJ Brown. I think this is the story of the offense, along with the O-line's health. Are you better by addition, or are you really going to feel the loss in the absence of AJ Brown? Where are you leaning on that?
Right now, I'm leaning that they're going to be able to that they're going to flourish in this offense. I'm leaning that way because I think they get the offensive linemen. They like some of the changes they've made, in hearing them talk. They like the adjustments that they've made. They like what they're going to be able to do in this offense. So, and I like the way some of the offensive linemen look. Now, I don't think like Landon Dickerson. I'm not crazy. I still see him limping a little bit. See, Juergens looks good. He looks like whatever they went down there to do, it's helped him. I see Landon Dickerson is headed that way. But I don't see him there just yet. Lane Johnson looks good. He looks like he's ready to play. So, they're going to have, their tackles will be there. But Landon Dickerson, I'd like to see him, but he's got some time. He's got a whole another month. But to see them back, because they need that line healthy. And if they get that line healthy, from what the guys say about this offense, and the way it's going to get allow them to run a lot of play action pass, that if they do get the running game going, it's going to make the passing game is really is going to flourish because they're going to utilize the run threat. And
do you believe Lane plays over or under 13 games this year?
Now that's a good one. because he's what is this, 14 or 15 years?
Yeah.
I would say, just being fair, I'd probably say not, because Lane does a great job. He comes in, he works hard. So he's a guy that a guy like Jalen Carter should just be hanging around him because he plays like a pro. He's always in great shape. He's just got that whole atmosphere of pushing and trying to get better, and he really creates that atmosphere for all the offensive linemen, the defensive linemen, and everything, because Lane Johnson really works, and that's a good atmosphere for the team, because that's why these guys work hard to try to get stronger every year. Looking for something that's going to make him better. He's that type of guy. He's been in the league 14 some years. He still works hard, and a lot of times the guys will go over there at his place and work out with him.
Gary, you played north of 10 years in this league. And I wonder how you looked at new voices after years of hearing the same voice. And all of a sudden, you get a little bit energized by maybe different things going on. And do you think that's kind of why they made all these changes, where every year it was the same? It's the same conversation. It's Jeff Stoutland. It's what Nick wants. We're going to run the ball, risk averse. We're not going to turn it over. We're not going to do. And all of a sudden, what you do is you kind of light a fire under everybody. Hey, we're going to do different things here. We're not going to be set in our ways, because, as you know, the league evolves every single month. It's not every single year now. It's every single month they're doing something different. You think that's why the Eagles, not only just personnel-wise, and what does that do as a player? You get into a routine, right? Sometimes getting out of that old routine can make you energized for an older player, right? When you're seeing new things. You think that's where they landed on?
I think that ultimately that's what Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, they sat down. Ultimately, that's what they decided. That's why they wanted to change this offense and change it, really kind of adapting some of their rivals. I mean, Green Bay, runs. They're doing a lot of things they're going to be doing, but they had talked to different people around the league, and I think they came to that agreement to where they needed a jolt. They needed something that's going to wake everybody up, and I think ultimately that's why they made this drastic a change, because this is a drastic change to change your offense, an offense that 2 years ago took you to the Super Bowl, and as good as their defense was, they rode the back of the offense into the Super Bowl, and that's the way they won it, with the offense. As good as their defense was, the offense with Saquon and everything, and they decided after last year that they wanted to change it. And this is a risk thing, but I think they're going to end up coming out right, but a lot of that is going to depend on that offensive line still, so the health of those guys is going to have a lot to do with the year Saquon has, and if Saquon has a good year, that takes a lot of pressure off the passing game, because Jalen's going to be throwing a lot to play action pass, where they fake the run and they're throwing, and really kind of takes pressure off of Jalen, throwing the guys really kind of wide open. That's the situation they're going to be in. If they get the running game going like they had, a couple years ago, and so we'll see. That's what this whole season, and if the offense is struggling, it could get ugly around here a little while.
You just mentioned something about Lane.
Yeah,
they can't perform without AJ and Lane in the huddle, can they? I mean, Lane's games. You just mentioned the health of the O-line. Hey, it's one thing for Landon Dickerson. We've seen Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens play banged up.
Yeah.
When Lane's in there, though, I mean, it's still a different unit when he's in there. When he's out and those guys aren't playing up to snuff, man, it's a completely different offensive line. They look like the Commanders.
Well, I tell you what, the stats show it too, that Lane Johnson when he's on the field, they talk about the winning percentage, and when he's not, there is a drop. Because he's almost like a big brother to all the guys on the offensive line. They kind of follow his lead, and he's definitely missed when he's not in there. It's not the same offensive line, so I think having him back in there will be a shot in the arm and everything. Hopefully, he plays the whole season. He's able to stay healthy and everything, because, like I said, he does work, and I don't know how much longer he's going to play. So I know this is a big season for him.
Last one here for you. Are you more concerned about Chris Cooper or Sean Mannion?
Well, I think Mannion probably is the one I'm most concerned about, because I kind of like things going on with Cooper and everything. You see that he's won these guys over. They like what he's brought in here and everything. But Mannion is going to be the key to the season. How he calls the offense. Does he get this thing rolling? Does he have a good feel? He's never done this before. So him calling the plays and everything, this is something new. So he's the key, though. He's going to be one of the keys. He's got to have this offense rolling like they expect him to. And everybody's going to be looking his way. So he's, and, he knows how it is here in Philadelphia now. They better be winning. If they're not winning, people are smart enough to know, hey, it's that offensive coordinator. It's that new offensive coordinator. And, they were throwing stuff at one of the guys' houses and stuff. He don't want people throwing stuff at his house.
Kevin Patullo.
Yeah, Patullo. So we don't need that, but I think Mannion's going to have a good year. I love the job he did initially. Came out with his news, the press conference he had and everything. And he's a guy that's confident. He's been around the NFL. This is not where it's something new to him, being that he played and everything. So I think he's going to be fine. And I think they got they've got the personnel, I think, to make it happen. So, but that offensive line is the key, because if they run the ball well, then it really takes the pressure off everybody. It takes the pressure off Mannion, takes the pressure off of Jalen, and ultimately takes the pressure off of Nick too,
Oh, Nick, just sitting there under the radar, man.
That's
Just,
right.
that guy knows how to maneuver through a front office, boy. I'll tell you, I've never seen a guy.
Yeah.
It's like people are storming the beaches at Normandy and the bullets never hit Nick. They just, he just walks through those things, man. And like, he's just another day at the beach here, man. Hey, we'll get it done here. We're going to change some things up. I can't wait to see what happens here, especially with this Carter deal and what goes on. He knows. I can't wait to see how they navigate this.
But they got a lot of decisions that ultimately during this season, this is a big season, because there are guys in different places on the team. They got to decide, are they going to keep with them? They're going to keep them, or are they going to say, you know what? We're drafting at that position this year, So we'll see.
I can't wait. JAKIB, thank you so much, my friend. We'll catch you next week. Thank you, my friend.
All right.
I'll tell Howard Eskin you said hi. You got it, man. All right. That's my boy JAKIB, man. Howard will join us. That'll be in hour number 3. By the way, we got to get to another one. I saw the super here. I'll get it. Who's Gary's pick to win the NFC East next season? This season, you mean? I'll ask him the next time he's on. David, I promise that'll be the first question. We had another one here. Here's David here. Sills, did you or Gary deal with teammates getting lazy after getting paid? Nope. You never inside a locker room talk about another guy's money. Go out and play. Now, you may say something about him taking plays off, and you may get on a guy's ass about taking plays off, but, you never bring up their contracts, okay? And you're always in supportive of them. So you never really go down that lane. Can we get a segment called Come On Now with Gary Cobb? With Come On Now merch. Love you, Gary. Never change. JAKIB watches the show, man. He sees that. That's good. Thank you. We appreciate you, man. Yeah. Okay. Nobody was lazy when Sills played because they were all hyped up on cocaine. Are you 4 years old, guy? Sig's like a freaking idiot, man. Yeah, you're on cocaine playing in South Florida with 98-degree humidity and 100-degree temperature, and you're on blow on a field. Like, Sig is like, I mean, seriously, you know the dudes in the like specially challenge hats, and they got the room and they're banging on the tambourine. He's the guy you give to the tambourine. He's the guy that sits there and does this. Like he goes like, here's him. He bangs on his head with a hammer. You think this hurts? He's one of them dudes like that. I mean, he's just like stupid. Giving heart. That's right, Yale. Ain't doing shit like that down there in South Florida, doing blow. Sid, I thought you would understand something stupid. Because you can't understand anything that's with intelligence to it. So you got to talk like an idiot to you. Why wouldn't they sign Jalen Hurts if they make the playoffs, especially if they win the division? Quarterback contracts are easier to manipulate, right? Dude, that quarterback's not a 60. That quarterback's barely a $50 million guy. Oh, yeah, nobody in South Florida was doing blow. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're on our teams. We won. I lost one game in 3 years, and we were all doing blow. But here, I got one for you, too. Do you believe in the tooth fairy? You really still believe, Sig, Santa Claus is there, right? And Santa Claus is real. And $5 is getting put under your pillow if you put a tooth there, right, Sig? Or that being in the mafia is a really cool thing. Is that right, Sig? So, like, when you growed up one day, did your daddy tell you that, there's no flipper? Just curious. Flipper, he really talks, or the horse that talked back in the day? Just curious. Hey, Dad, Dad, Sig, Mr. Sig, if I put $5 under my pillow, you think the tooth fairy? Well, knowing him, I'm sure a fairy put $5 under his pillow anyway. Oh, Maron. Hey, triggered. Yeah, that's me. Oof, I'm so triggered. My God, I can't wait for my Corona. I'm so triggered. Oof. What do you think of Hugh Douglas going back and forth on the radio about wins being a quarterback stat? Do you think they are a quarterback stat? Absolutely not. They're not a quarterback stat. How in God's name is it a quarterback stat? That's really disappointing. Hugh's not very smart then if he thinks that's a quarterback stat. So wait a minute, right? So according to him, let me get this right. A quarterback stat. According to him, because they won 14 football games, so like somebody like Sam Darnold is a better player. Oh, God. I'm not even going down that lane. Okay. Thank you. What did this Nimrod say? Sills, don't joke about that, though. My old ass Ed truck was doing yak while driving. Looked up, and his whole head was decapitated with oncoming driver. Wow. Awful. Yeah, the talking horse. No, yeah, too old of a reference. Yeah, that's the guy that goes, hey, my mom died. You're making fun of her. I don't care. Don't bring stupid shit up then. If winning isn't a quarterback stat, explain why coaches get fired and quarterbacks get benched. for bad win-loss records. So wait a minute. One loss is a quarterback stat. Really? On a 53-man roster, it's not a quarterback stat. It's a quarterback stat. Oh, my God. How in God's name, if you're on the top-rated offense and your defense can't stop anything and you lose the amount of games you lose, that's on the QB? Hey, I'll tell you what. Hugh was better than me, for sure. He ain't smarter than me. Just because you played don't make you smarter than me, jackass. Hey, Sills, on another subject, Jesse Armstead was one of the best linebackers to play in Texas high school football. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, he went to Carter High. Any stories of Jesse at Miami? Also, have you had him on the show? I have not had him on the show. Jesse Armstead was one of the greatest Miami Hurricane linebackers, played with the Giants. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, DFW, I think he went to Carter High. Okay? You hear the Bucks want a star player. 10 first-round draft picks in return for Giannis. Yeah, okay. My wife yelling at me to shut up. Quarterback stat. A quarterback stat. KP got fired for 11 wins. Exactly. Hey, and by the way, how about this for a stat? You're 50-18 and you got to change your entire offense around. Why is that again? Joe Krause started the show off with that. So wait a minute. You're 50-18. Why are you touching anything? You're winning a boatload of games. Why does the quarterback have to change? Why does he have to change? Yep, he was a part of the Carter High School football team that all the players that got arrested for robbing restaurants in Duncanville. Yeah, I know that place. I lived up there, man. Let's see here. What was Carter High scandal? Yeah, that's what it was. Carter High. Yes. Hey. Oh, man. Quarterback stat. So let's see here. Let's look at some. So let's look at some of the quarterbacks here. So anybody think Joe Namath's a Hall of Fame player? Let's see here. Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Quarterback. One lost record all time. So let's see here. So Tom Brady has 251 wins. Is that on Tom Brady? Or Belichick and his defense and his O-line and his special teams? So here, let's go down the list here. So you think Drew Brees is a better player than Aaron Rodgers because he's got more wins? Or do you actually think that Phillip Rivers is better than Johnny Unitas because he has more wins? Or that Eli Manning is a better player than Joe Montana because he has the same amount of wins as Joe? Russell Wilson has more wins, and he's better than Joe. You think Matt Ryan is better than Joe Montana because he has more wins? Think he's a better player? I mean, really? You could be a mediocre quarterback with a high win rate and a great quarterback with a less spectacular win rate. Yeah, that's exactly correct. Here, I'll rank you these quarterbacks. I don't have a problem doing this. All-time wins. I'll give you my top 10. My top 10 quarterbacks all time. And it won't be based on one loss record. Top 5. Montana. Brady. My third guy will be Manning. I'm basing it on talent. I'll go Elway. I'll go Rodgers. Breeze is not in my top 10. I'll put Unitas in there at 6. Kelly, I'll put Mahomes at 7. Steve Young, I'll probably put Staubach at 8. Talent-wise, I'll put Allen 9th. 10th, if I had to take the top 10 players in the history of the sport, I'll put Marino. Let me do this list again. Those are my top 10. I'd put Montana 1, Brady 2. I would put Elway 3, Marino 4, Rodgers 5, Manning 6, Unitas 7, Staubach 8, Mahomes 9, Allen or Lamar 10. Those would be my top 10 greatest players at that position at quarterback. Hey, Sills, we're the same age. What do you think of Burt Jones for the Colts before they moved to Indy? If he didn't get hurt, he was the very first Josh Allen. Burt Jones won an MVP award and was changing and played for Ted Marchibroda. And one of the truly great upcoming stars. But because you could kill the quarterback back then, Mr. Hill, and you could annihilate the quarterback, Burt Jones was ahead of his time and the rules didn't help him. And so when he blew his knee out, he was never the same because he couldn't run. And he was just a guy that, again, he was ahead of his time. But the rules weren't there for him. And Burt Jones was came out of LSU, and I didn't even know who he was in college. But he was a great football player. And, yeah, I mean, tremendous. Let's see here. He went to 3 Super Bowls with Miles Sanders. Sills, can you take that quarterback list you just made and do with it with the 1-loss record? Okay? Let's take a look at that. Brady 1. Montana. Joe. Montana. Where's Joe? Where is Joe? Montana, 1-loss record. 15th. Elway. Where's John Elway? 7th. Marino. Let's see. Marino. Dan Marino. Where's he? Dan Marino. Where's Dan Marino on this list? 8th. By the way, postseason record 7-9. Whew. Rodgers 6th. Manning 2nd. Unitas 14th. Staubach 43rd. Mahomes still playing too, by the way. Mahomes 26th. Aikman. Troy's got to be high. Let's see. Aikman, he's not. Aikman. 27th. Oh, and that was Lamar down there. So Lamar and Josh Allen. Still a lot of football to be played. They are Josh Allen. Let's see. Shit, Namath's got Namath is 62 and 63, and he's 80th. Probably one of the true best passers of the football. So 15th, 1, 7, 8, 6, 2, 14, 43, 26, and 57 with a lot of life to play with their league. So, the guy with the best record isn't the best player. Dan Marino has no Super Bowl MVPs. So what? Here, one more time. Look at this. Like the most ridiculous thing you guys do is talk about that Super Bowl MVPs. It's really dumb. So here. QBs. Wait. Super Bowl most valuable players. Super Bowl MVPs. Let's see here. This is one of my favorites. So, okay. How many guys on this since 1966 are not in Pro Football's Hall of Fame that won the MVP award? Let's see. That was a quarterback. We'll even do quarterback. We won't even do. So there's Plunkett. And by the way, Plunkett's got 2 Super Bowl wins and an MVP. Let's see here. Who else? Phil Simms. Super Bowl MVP. Actually been 2. Let's see here. Who else? Mark Rippon. Super Bowl MVP. Let's see here. Another quarterback. Let's see. Joe Flacco. He ain't going. Nick Foles. Who else? Let's see here. So you've got 5 quarterbacks, and Jalen Hurts. He's not going either. You've had 3 Hall of Fame voters say that. So you got 6 guys on this list that have won a Super Bowl MVP as a starting quarterback. Take a look at the guys who have won the MVP that aren't in the Hall of Fame. So you got those 6, and you've got, let's see, Harvey Martin, you've got Plunkett, you've got Phil Simms, Doug Williams. Oh, I forgot Doug Williams makes it 7 MVPs at quarterback. Let me do that again. So you got how many guys? Oh, I forgot Jake Scott. Jake Scott didn't make the Hall of Fame. Jake Scott, Harvey Martin, Jim Plunkett, Phil Simms, Doug Williams, Otis Anderson, Mark Rippon, Larry Brown, Desmond Howard, Dexter Jackson, Deion Branch, Hines Ward, Santonio Holmes, Joe Flacco, Malcolm Smith, Nick Foles, Julian Edelman, Cooper Kupp, and Kenneth Walker. You got 20 players that have won the Super Bowl MVP and 7 quarterbacks that will never see the inside of a Hall of Fame unless you're buying a ticket to go in. Don't talk to me about Super Bowl MVP. What would be better for Jalen Hurts for his career? Improve his stats or win another Super Bowl? Probably win another Super Bowl because he won't be able to overcome the stats. Like Aikman couldn't overcome the stats. Yes. Let's see here. Guy changed again his name. Interesting. Wow. Super Bowl MVP is a BS award. Hurts was not the MVP. That defense was. I actually thought Jalen played great in his first Super Bowl. Oh, that's right. It's 8 quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls. Wow. Bunch of quarterbacks. Almost 10, was it 10 quarterbacks that have won the MVP or that have won Super Bowls? How many quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl, period, that are in the Hall of Fame? Dawson's in. Plunkett. This is for me. Plunkett, Simms, Williams, Rippon, Warner's in. Eli's not in now. I'm going to count it, but I will get in, I believe. Foles, Flacco. Let's see. Hurts. So 8 quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl that aren't in the Hall of Fame and won't be in the Hall of Fame. 8. Jim Kelly was better than Marino. You know it. You don't even mention his name or Rodgers. I got Rodgers on that list. And here, and I'll show you this to show you about Hall of Fame. Okay. I mean, how many players won the Super Bowl MVP or Hall of Famers? How many of them are there? There's 60, right? So how many non-Hall of Fame players are there? Jake Scott's not a Hall of Fame player. Harvey Martin's not a Hall of Fame player. Plunkett's not. Sims and Williams aren't. Otis Anderson's not. Rippin's not. Larry Brown's not. Desmond Howard's not. Shit, you got 20 guys that played in the 60 Super Bowls. 20 players. And let's take a look at the Hall of Fame quarterbacks that are in the Hall of Fame. NFL Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Since 1966, because that's the first year of the Super Bowl. 1966. Let's see. Okay. How many of these guys won a Super Bowl? Let's see. I got a couple here. So here's a list of quarterbacks. Let's see. Hall of Fame quarterbacks. These are the NFL quarterbacks in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. All right. And how many have won Super Bowls? So, here we go. Okay. Every guy. Unitas, Manning. They've won. Steve Young. Len Dawson, Patrick Mahomes. Elway. Let's see. I'm looking for dudes that are in the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame quarterbacks. NFL Hall of Fame quarterbacks. List. So, all-time passing yards. All-time passing yards. We'll go there. How many of these guys didn't win Super Bowls and are in the Hall of Fame? Okay. So, Dan Marino didn't win. Hall of Famer. Warren Moon didn't win. Tarkington didn't win. Got to him. Dan Fouts didn't win. Let's see. Kelly didn't win. Got to him. Can't use Tittle. Ken Anderson's not a Hall of Famer. Jurgensen didn't win. I think he got to the game. Gabriel, Hall of Fame. Blanda won, but not as a quarterback. Theismann won a Super Bowl. He's not a Hall of Famer. Let's see here. Anybody else? Let's see. Staubach, Hall of Famer. Boss, too old. Morrill, not a Hall of Famer. Dude, you got some of the greatest players in the history of the sport that didn't win a Super Bowl. Never even got there. 17 quarterbacks, I believe, won a Super Bowl. Is there in the Hall of Fame. Okay? I know he went to 4. Does 2-time Super Bowl wins, but mediocre stats get you in? Edelman isn't in. Dude, here, David. That's a real Julian Edelman is a great example of what we talk about. Look at Julian Edelman. And this is this stupid conversation that Hugh doesn't get. And here. So he's a 3-time Super Bowl champion, an MVP in the game. He's one of the all-time records for Super Bowl catches. And you know what he's got as a career? He's got 6,800 passing receptions and 36 touchdowns. And this guy's 3-time Super Bowl champion and an MVP. And he'll go down as one of the greatest postseason Super Bowl players of all time. And you will never get into the Hall of Fame in any way. He's 3-time winner of it. An MVP. He'll never get in. There's been really good quarterbacks that haven't made the Hall of Fame or won a Super Bowl. Yeah, a lot of great ones. Yeah, but the point is, if winning is all that matters, he was on great teams. He won an MVP. It has no bearing at all in any way. In any way, it has no bearing. Let's see here. Let's go back. I did? Jim Kelly was better than Marino. I didn't miss one, man. Come on, Fishing Mania. Give me a break, guy. Same with the other dude they had. Let's see. Marino 7-9 in the postseason. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, just because you win the Super Bowl MVP, that doesn't make you a spectacular superstar player. Nick Foles won one. Nick Foles is not a Hall of Fame football player. Nick is a really good player, but he's not a Hall of Fame talent. Well, because get this. So Foles winning the Super Bowl, he's better than Jim Kelly, according to some. It's a stupid conversation. Sills, doesn't how you play in those big games matter as well? It's wild to see how they had Jalen up there with all those great, with the Super Bowl MVP jackets. I think he played better in that game he lost. I think that was, I think that was his best game as an Eagle, actually. Remember Archell, Mike and Huddle, when Stabler came in and he said, "We got the kid from Alabama. Let's go, kid." Loved Archell. Gene Upshaw, great O-line. Stabler said he could have suit and tie. Let me say something, man. And Archell and Gene Upshaw were HBCU guys that played on the left side for over 10 years. Okay? Super Bowl MVP when the Chiefs didn't cross the 50 until the third quarter, and the quarterback only had 2 drives over 50 yards is crazy. Archell, one of the greats of all time. Let's see here. Great player. Absolutely. By the way, Howard Eskin's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Oh, and by the way, this thing with Smitty, let me say this to you, man. Here's going to be the storyline for not just the fact of the offensive line in 2026, but you know what else is going to be the storyline? If you guys believe in your heart that you have taken 5 guys by committee and will have the same impact that A.J. Brown or better in the passing game? Or is it going to be a massive loss on A.J. Brown not being in your passing game? Do me a favor. That'll be another storyline on a week-to-week basis. You letting A.J. Brown walk out the building and go to New England and thinking that Dontavian Wicks, Mekhi Lemon, Elijah Moore, and Hollywood Brown are going to be good enough to pick up the slack for A.J. Brown. That's the storyline. Can't answer that on June 22nd. You can only have a conversation about it. I say no. You think so. With a quarterback who has not shown any signs of spreading the ball around. You blame a coordinator. Okay. You know what 26 is going to be to what Joe said? No excuses now. You can't blame the coordinator. You guys have been giving him nothing but roses. Lane Johnson has. Every single person has come on the program and said this. This is the guy. Fine. You have made it, and receipts have been drawn that you think this dude is the dude. Fair enough. So don't blame your OC. Okay? Don't blame A.J. Brown not being here. You have no more excuses. And to see the passing game elevate because you've had bad coaching. Well, we will see. Sills, I think the Hall of Fame voters in baseball are getting bad. I am a Phillies fan. Looks like Utley may get in on the next ballot before Jimmy Rollins. I don't think Utley is a Hall of Famer. I think Jimmy Rollins is. Dude, Harold Baines is a Hall of Famer. Jimmy Rollins is a Hall of Famer. Sills, would you want to be a Hall of Fame voter? Think you'd be fist fighting people on the way out the door? My type of Hall of Fame. Here, let me give you a guy that's a Hall of Fame football player that you guys. I would look at a guy like Archie Manning, who played on a really bad football team. And Archie Manning had no way of being able to handle that. You know, so the debate, I guess, so Hugh Douglas actually thinks that a one-loss record is a quarterback stat is like dumb. Archie Manning was one of the greatest football players of all time. And you know what happened to him? He was stuck in New Orleans for a decade. You could make the argument that he was better than both his kids. But you'd never know that because you know why? He played with an organization that didn't have any common sense on how to build a football team around him. He was the number one overall. That guy won the MVP award one year. You know that? Like on an 8-8 football team. Dude, I showed you this stat before we get Howard Eskin on. So Joe Burrow's got the 27th ranked offensive line in the last 5 years since 21, and his defense is ranked 25th. That guy elevates his football team with bad decision-making with the cheap-ass Bengals that don't want to spend money. Mike Brown is Mr. Zipperlock. He refuses to spend money. That guy's not going to win a Super Bowl there in Cincinnati. Why? Because it's a 53-man roster that wins. You know who the GOAT is in Philly? It's Howie. Howie's the guy. And the owner going, yes, spend my money. Dude, one guy does not win a Super Bowl. It takes a village to win the Super Bowl. All right. Boy, I'll tell you what. Before I get Howard on, this Jalen Carter story, and all you need to know is that the general manager didn't get out in front. And now what happened? Jeffrey Simmons now from the Titans has now set the bar at 35-1. You think you're going to pay that guy $35 million, $36 million off of a bad year? He's not the player Simmons is. And Simmons is in a horrible organization, the Titans. And by the way, I know Drew Rosenhaus, University of Miami guy, over 125 Miami Hurricanes he's represented. If you think that guy's not holding out that football player this coming fall, you're out of your minds. He didn't even give you a chance to ante up to try to match Jalen Phillips' deal. He took the 4 years, 30 annual with the Panthers. Bro, 36 million bucks. Without further ado, by the way, Howard had a spectacular guest on the other day, and man, he just reels them out. You got to watch his show. Absolutely the best. And here he is with us now, Howard. How you doing, Howard? Hope you had a great Father's Day.
Oh, yeah, it was just sensational. No, everything was great.
Well, wait. No. So when you have Father's Day and you and Spike are sitting around the table and you start debating sports topics, is that a good day? Like, is that a Father's Day kind of get together with you and him when you start talking about, or do you guys even do that?
We didn't talk sports at all.
Huh. Why?
Because we have differences of opinion.
I got it.
So why we know we have differences of opinion. So why even get caught up in that? No, we didn't talk about sports at all.
So two things you probably don't talk about: politics and sports when you're sitting around each other.
Well, you don't talk about politics with anybody because you're always going to have somebody that doesn't agree with what you have to say. And I don't even want to roll out a comment here because then it just creates a problem. So you don't talk about politics with anybody. And I don't talk about sports with my son.
I love it here. All right. What about Carter? Do you think this conversation is going to get a little uglier for the Eagles and for how it's going to be looked at? Because Carter now, the market's at 35-1, $5 million up from what you saw with Chris Jones for the Kansas City Chiefs. Where do you think the Eagles are right now with Jalen Carter on potentially signing a contract extension?
I think you've already seen where the Eagles are because they didn't give him an extension and they didn't give him regardless of what the numbers are. You knew the numbers always go up. The numbers always go up. So you knew the numbers were going to be up there. They just don't. To be really honest about this, I think they worried about him being lazy, takes games off, and that's an issue. I mean, there's no question. He takes plays off. He takes games off. Talented, yes. But you're not paying players just on talent if they don't come out there and push all the time. That's why you see all these rumors about Jalen Carter. Don't you think other teams know the same thing?
Absolutely.
Why is anybody going to give you some crazy, crazy deal for Jalen Carter? Because once he gets his contract, what makes you think that he won't take plays off and games off once he gets paid? So hey, listen, I know Drew Rosenhaus is trying to get every penny he can, but I don't think he's going to get it from the Eagles. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but I don't know what that position would cost with a franchise player if they don't get anything done after this year. So, and I don't know if they would pay it. I just don't think they're not going to, in my opinion, and it's obviously my opinion. It's just, they know what they're going. I don't think they know what they're going to do yet, but they pretty much know that it would be a concern to give him a contract extension with the way he's played. At times, really, really, really good, but at times he's just lazy. He takes plays off. You got to push him and takes games off, and you're not going to give a player that kind of money if that's going to be the case.
Could you see them doing a Micah Parsons deal like they did a year ago, where all the way up until the start of the season, if they got wind that they were not going to have the player really participating in the fall camp, and he was just going to show up and not do all the drills and such. Could you see them in any way moving him like the Cowboys did for draft picks, and maybe get a player back in return and get a one for the upcoming draft?
Well, Micah Parsons, didn't they get a lot of first round? What do they get? 2 first round picks?
Yeah. Well, they're not going to get that for him. They're not.
No. So that's
but they might
case.
get a 1 and a 5 for him. I mean, a 1 and a 5 for him.
I'm not so sure that you're going to get a 1 for him. I'm not so sure, because then the team that gets him has to pay him. And teams know what the situation. The Eagles are trying to move Jalen Carter after 1 contract. What does that tell you?
A lot.
Yeah, because you need that player on the defensive line. So what does that tell you? Now I don't know what they think they're going to do. A number 1 2 years down the road, maybe. But you're not getting a number 1 in the next draft.
Earned that contract. I just
nope.
I don't.
And you know what? He can't hold out. You hold out and
you lose money.
You lose money. Yeah. So why would he do that? He's going to have to go out and play. And the problem a player has, it's not a problem. It should be an advantage. If you're playing for a contract, you have to go out and play your ass off. And if you do that, maybe the team that has you would say, okay, if you do this, and I don't know that you can put stipulations and incentives in there to help him play hard all the time, but he can't bail out because he's only hurting himself with his next contract with what could be his next team if in fact he's not with the Eagles.
I want to go to Jalen Hurts now, and the Baltimore Ravens, whatever you think of Lamar Jackson, fine, it's all good and all, but reportedly he's going to get $63 million annually. I mean, it's almost to a point now, Howard, where I don't care what anyone says about Hurts. You're not paying Hurts $64 million because he's the next guy up. Even if he plays relatively well, you're not paying that quarterback that. I mean, he would have to. It would have to be an extraordinary year where you saw 4,500 yards and a Super Bowl MVP. You would have to go, holy cow, what an epiphany. And I don't believe he's that player. I just don't believe he's that guy. Are we getting closer to the end with Hurts?
Well, I've been talking about it for a while. I just don't think if they haven't given him an extension yet, what does that tell you?
Actions speak louder, and money does too.
Because the money always goes up. So the next guy that signs, then it goes up from that. I don't know. I just don't see them giving Jalen Hurts an extension before the season. And if he has an unbelievable year, then they might give him an extension either midway through or at the end of the season. But no, I just don't see it. I mean, they've kind of indicated to you by not giving what teams with really great quarterbacks don't give that quarterback an extension before he goes into basically what is his last year.
Yeah, no, none of them. They all address it. They all address this here, and I think that's exactly right. Howard, on the air today, Hugh Douglas was talking about something, and people have been bringing it up to my attention as well.
Hugh Douglas, was he talking out of his mouth or out of his ass?
I think it's out of his ass here. So you tell me. I mean,
I like you, but sometimes he does talk out of his ass because here's the problem. This is my problem in today's world with sports talk radio. And you've got some of this too. So you got to be on the other side with whomever you might be talking to. You can't take the same direction. You can't have the same opinion. It's good cop, bad cop. So create an argument. So these nitwits out there will call you up and, well, I agree with so-and-so, and I agree with so-and-so, and I don't agree with you. So you can't have, they believe, and I just never believed that was the case, that if you have an opinion, stick with your opinion. You're not going to agree on everything, but don't change your opinion because the other guy you're working with
No
takes the
doubt.
other
I
side.
don't have partner radio. I don't do partner radio because I don't care about your opinion.
Yeah, well, you talk about Zander, you bust each other's balls too. I mean,
I'm helping the kid out. I'm bringing him along here. But when it comes to my opinion, no way, man. I don't care what other people's opinions are here. And when I hear Hugh say this, hey, man, you know, the quarterback stat is the one-loss record. I'm like, come on, Hugh.
and he knows better than that.
He knows that's not true.
He knows better than
Yeah, but
that.
half your fan base in Philly thinks it is.
You know, I'm trying to think. Half your fan base in Philly. Well, first of all,
Half your fan base
80% of the fan.
Half your fan base thinks Jalen Hurts is the reason for that one-loss record.
Well, it's certain people that can't get off that wagon. 80% of your fan base don't have a clue. So saying 50%, you're giving them a break there that say don't agree with it. Now it's talk radio has become, people think they're stars. There's listeners that start podcasts because they think they were a star as a caller on the radio. I see it all the time. I hear it. Well, I don't listen to their podcast. I like you, but he knows better than that. The record is because Jalen Hurts played well, but the record is your up. I think the first thing you have, the defense has been terrific. Your offensive line. Let's just deal with the offense because you're talking about Jalen Hurts. Without that offensive line, if he had Joe Burrow's offensive line, he's got no shot.
He beat Jacoby Brissett.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Well, Jacoby Brissett threw for 3,300 yards with the Cardinals' offensive line. I mean,
yeah, okay. So without the offensive line, then because the running back is so good, and how many years does he have left in those legs?
One.
But he's really good with that offensive line because once he gets past the first level, and that's the offensive line, he's not one of those guys. He's not a Derrick Henry that's going to power his way through that first level. But once he gets to the second level, he's really, really, really good, obviously. But that's the offensive line that got him there. And now let's take the third step. The third most important player on that team is on the Eagles. Most teams, it's the quarterback, is Jalen Hurts. He's the third most important area because the offensive line was the combination of greatness combined. Then you had the running back. And without those two things, Jalen Hurts doesn't have close to the numbers that he's had in the NFL. Now, people are going to get mad at me. I'm just giving you reality. And football people know, if you really talk to football people, and they'll give you an honest opinion. And I'm not as smart as some of the other football people out there. But without those two areas, Jalen Hurts is not that player. So let's, the fan base, but it's not about wins and losses. I mean, if that's the case, who won? Who was the Tampa quarterback when Gruden was the head coach that won the Brad Johnson. Brad Johnson is a nice quarterback, but he did it because of the things around him. Now, the Eagles defense, if the Eagles defense wasn't as good last year against the 7 winning teams that the Eagles played, they didn't score more than 20 points a game. I don't even think they scored 20 against those 7 winning teams. So are you going to be able to exist in that environment?
No.
I think the average number of points, Jason Avant said to me one time, he said, not one time, he's talking when he was on the show. He said the average points for a team in the NFL, the middle of the pack is 24. The middle of the pack is 24 points a game. That's the middle of the pack. So unless he's going to generate more points, I know by running the ball, you control the ball and you don't score as many points, but you're going to have to score sometimes. And the reason the Eagles won the last Super Bowl is Kansas City was not a Super Bowl. They were not a Super Bowl team.
That's right.
They were in the Super Bowl, but they weren't the Kansas City Chiefs from before.
I got to ask you a question because somebody brought this up to me this morning, and somebody just brought it up just a couple of minutes ago. So it looks like that Utley's going to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
It's a disgrace if he gets in. I've been to the Hall of Fame probably, I'd say at least 15 times, maybe more than that. I used to go up with Schmidt every year since before Mike got in 95. I used to go up because from where I am, it's like a 4.5 hour drive. It's all highway. It's a pretty easy drive. Yeah, a pretty easy drive. And I just love the history in the Hall of Fame and getting to see many of the players. Obviously, I didn't see Babe Ruth play and I didn't see Lou Gehrig play, but to see many of those players play, it was just exciting. And then when Schmidt went in, the Hall of Fame has so many things in their basement because I helped Mike because I knew the kind of the things that you needed to do and what made it easier for him. So I helped him. I took myself away from being a media person because we're friends, helped him through it. And they gave us a tour of the Hall of Fame when it was closed. And in the basement, there's so many things in the basement.
I know
that are just unbelievable. But for Chase Utley, I'm going to give you some numbers. And I had a Hall of Fame.
You put him in before Utley. I mean, did you put Utley in before Rollins?
I think Rollins is borderline, but Rollins is clearly a better Hall of Famer. But Rollins will never get in with the vote. He'll have to wait. Like Jeff Kent got in, didn't get in with the vote. He got in 2 years after the committee. But let me just break this down for you. I had a writer who writes football for the Associated Press, senior writer. He's got a vote for the Baseball Hall of Fame. And he voted for him last year. And he says, well, everybody's going by the WAR stat. The WAR stat, wins above replacement. So if you have a good wins above replacement, that means your backup sucked. The Phillies had Valdez and Martinez. Freddie Galvis was a nice player. What is wins? That doesn't say anything about your career. But all right, let me give you some more numbers why he should not be in. And I'm going to write something and I'm going to tag at least two of the people that I know and tag the Baseball Hall of Fame. When I write this, I think the vote starts in November. So somewhere in September, I'm going to put it out there. How many second basemen post 1960, obviously before 1960, things were a lot different. Post 1960 have made the Hall of Fame without 2,000 hits?
Morgan.
Nope.
Well, Joe Morgan's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but he had more than 2,000 hits.
Oh, he had more than 2,000 hits.
Yeah, they didn't have 2,000 hits.
I'm thinking, you're right. Okay. All right.
Joe Morgan had like 2,300.
Yeah. He didn't have three. He didn't have 3 grand. Yeah.
Chase Utley has 1,885 hits in 16 years. That's a disgrace. He had 5 years, and that was with the Phillies. He had 5 really good years. 5 years doesn't get in your Hall of Fame. That's number one. Jeff Kent has 500 more hits than Chase Utley, 125 more home runs than Chase Utley, and Jeff Kent is the only second. He may have.
He does.
Jeff Kent is the only second baseman post 1960 that's in the Hall of Fame without a Gold Glove. But he didn't get in on the regular vote. It took him 2 years after. But his numbers just dwarf Chase Utley. So that's another reason that Chase Utley should not be in. He just Ryan Sandberg has, I think, 500 more hits. He has 9 Gold Gloves. Morgan, I think, has 4 or 5. There's somebody else.
Time MVP too.
Yeah, it's just sometimes the MVP is it's the writers voting, but to vote for Chase Utley because he's got a good WAR stat, when no second baseman post, and I won't say post 1960 anymore, does not have 2,000 hits.
He's not a
And he's not a Hall of Famer. And all right, I'm going to read a listener sent something to me, and he sent it in a. I'm going to see if I can find it. He sent it in a. Oh darn, and it just shows you how pathetic it is. Okay, so he doesn't have a Gold Glove. Jeff Kent's so much better than him. He doesn't have 2,000 hits, which is a big part of being in the Hall of Fame. Well, it should be a big part. Who doesn't have 2,000 hits?
Yeah, incredible.
People complain about Lou Whitaker, but I'll say this: Lou Whitaker played 22 years, so I get that. All right, let me read this to you. Utley's career.
Dude, Roberto Alomar blows him away.
Oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. Chase Utley, this Chase love is a joke. And Chase Utley, I'm telling you, I'll never go to the.
When you look at Utley, do you see Craig Biggio and do you see Roberto Alomar and those kind of guys? Do you see those kind of players?
Does Biggio have 3,000 hits? I think Biggio has 3,000.
I think Biggio has got $3,000.
Okay, all right. He's not going to get, but I'll take over 2,000. Larry Boa has like 200 or 300 more hits than Chase Utley, and obviously his defense was phenomenal, but he didn't hit home runs. But the game's changed with home runs. Here, a listener sent this to me on the chat line. Utley's career was 5 years, only played 140 plus games 5 times. 56% of his home runs and 49% of his RBIs happened in that 5-year span between 2005 and 2009. Not a Hall of Famer. N-O-T apostrophe or exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. He's not a Hall of Famer.
How about this? How about Howard? How about this? 4-time Silver Slugger, 5-time Gold Glover, home run leader, was a 7-time All-Star, had over 1,033 runs scored, had 200 some odd stolen bases, and had a 270 batting average. Shit, that's Bobby Grich, and you don't even think of him in that conversation. And he's got Utley numbers.
How about this? I had Brett Boone on one time, and his numbers are really close, similar. His numbers are similar to Chase Utley, but you know what he has that Chase Utley doesn't have? 4 Gold Gloves. 4 Gold Gloves. He's a Hall of Famer before Chase Utley. It's not even a question. This is such a joke. These writers, Chase Utley, Chase Utley, Chase Utley. This Chase Utley love and this war statistic. Take that war statistic out because that's not the player. The way I understand it, that's his backup. So if you have backups that suck, and the Phillies didn't have much depth at second base, I mean, Manny Trio's more of a Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It's just Chase Utley was an average at best defensive second baseman.
You can make the argument Robinson Cano was in the same conversation with that dude here. What about this question here, Howard? What Hall of Fame is the hardest to get into, in your opinion? NFL, MLB, NHL, PGA, NBA? What do you think?
Probably football, because there's so many players. And only 7 get in each year. Is that what it is? 7 get.
Yep.
Okay. So that makes it really, really difficult. So
I think it's baseball. Because
baseball,
you got to get a 70 percentage vote first, and then on top of that,
they eventually get in.
Yeah, but
Scott Rowland was a really nice player, but he's not a Hall of Famer.
Or who was the other guy? Harold Baines got into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it becomes a popularity contest, and many of these writers, some of these guys are pretty good. Like Tim Kirchin, I checked his vote last year. He voted for Utley. I'd like to talk. If I ever saw Tim, I'd like to say, why did you vote for Chase Utley?
You want to I have it if you want it.
He says, you know what? After the show, send it to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you vote for him? Well, war. As soon as he says war, I'm done. I mean, look at his numbers. I can go down the list. Chase Utley doesn't come close. Chase Utley should buy a ticket into the Hall of Fame.
But did you like him as a Philly?
Yeah, for 5 years. 5 years, he was a really nice, a really good player. And didn't talk much, wasn't the greatest guy with the media, but now he's Chatty Cathy. And, maybe I'm showing my age. Chatty Cathy was a doll for kids. It's just, he would talk all the time. Now he's going to go on the Phillies Wall of Fame in August, and he's going to have his 10 grade. He's going to start building up his momentum to get those suckers that vote for him in the Hall of Fame Chase Utley. Chase Utley was a nice player. It was for 5 years. He was a really good player, not a good defensive baseman, but everything else he did. The right center field, he hit a lot of home runs in right center. That's a short wall. That's shorter than a lot of parks. They don't in Philadelphia. The right center field wall does not have a number on it.
Huh?
It's got scoreboards on it.
Huh?
And that's the short.
I never noticed that. I just sent you Kirchin's. I just
Okay.
sent you Tim's number here. But hey, by the way, your boy's coming back, huh? I mean, Harper hits for the cycle. He's ready to rock. I mean,
First of all, that last hit
for 33 homers.
The triple wasn't a triple, but
oh my God!
Well, no, it wasn't a triple because he was just rounding second base when the cutoff man had the ball, but he went to third on the throw. But you give him a little leniency on that. If that cutoff man, first of all, it's like
you're
10.
taking a crap on the guy's cycle. I love it. Howard.
Wait a minute. But if what was it, 8 or 9-1 or whatever it was, and the guy's throwing home to try to cut off a run, what are you doing? Harper's right in front of you. You throw to third and he's out. That's all right. He had a good game and he had 3 hits in the next game, and I get it. But it just, I'm so tired of his. He did the pizza review with Portnoy. On his day off, he went out early to do a pizza review. And then on his social media posts, he's got videos of him making lattes in the morning. I can never get
the story here. Hey, that's a Philadelphia athlete today making lattes in the morning and Howard in the afternoon ripping the guy going, that's not really a triple. They gave it.
Well, it wasn't in the days that official scoring was really difficult. They really were particular with that. But, it gave him the triple. He wasn't stopping whether he got thrown out by 20 feet or not. He was rounding second base and going for the triple. It's not even – he tries to take too many bases anyway, but he's an aggressive runner, so I'll give him that.
Wait, I got to ask you one thing here before we go here. Were you rooting for the you must have been really, really, excited about watching that parade there in New York with the Knicks. NBA, then winning the NBA championship. I mean, hey, that's
hey, listen,
New York
I'm friends with the two top guys there. So I'm friends with those guys. So I was pulling for the Knicks.
Worldwide West?
Worldwide. I knew West. Well, you know him too.
You knew before I did.
16 years old, I knew him when he was selling sneakers out the back door of the sneaker shop.
That's right. Like I told you, he come down to Miami with his BMW car, and he's got there selling these Reeboks, and you're like,
yeah, when Reebok was tough to get. I know.
He's selling Reeboks, and I'm like, Vespi, who is this guy? And
I know.
He goes like this. He goes, this is my buddy Worldwide Wes. I text him the other day, and I go, Wes. He goes, can you believe it, Sills? Here I'm sitting here. I got an NBA championship ring. I go, from selling Reeboks to CAA to the Knicks, and then him and Rosen,
he helped Leon,
Rosen, right? Him and Rosen.
He helped Leon Rose get players. Leon Rose did a good job with his players, but he helped Leon get players when he was an agent. But Wes, I've known Wes for years, and he's great. He goes to the sneaker store. The sneaker store is right next to where I did a remote every week. So I used to go over and see him. So I've known him forever. But I'm happy for those guys.
Yeah.
And the amazing thing, Billy Cunningham brought it up on the show. Their starting lineup are trades, not draft picks.
No doubt, all 5.
Yeah. They did it with trades. So you can do it if you know what you're doing. They did a good. Hey, listen, Oklahoma City got what's it? SGA with a trade.
Absolutely. Howard, tell the folks where they can find you, brother. Tell them where they can get you.
Okay, Wednesday night I have Jay Wright on. Jay's going to be on. He's got those 3 of those players were his players at Villanova. But we're going to talk about a lot of things. Jay is a wonderful guy. I knew Jay when he was an assistant under Rolly Massimino, going way back. May Rolly rest in peace. But Jay writes on Wednesday at 7:30, and again, it lives forever on the podcast. And then Saturday morning, I'm on at 8 o'clock.
Howard, thank you so much. I sent that number. We're all good. I appreciate you very much, and I will see you. Thank you, brother.
No Chase Utley in the Hall of Fame. Please don't lower the standards of that great building.
You got it. Thank you, Howard.
All right, talk to you later.
You got it. That is the great Howard Eskin. Make sure you check out that fabulous podcast. And that's it for us here. We appreciate each and every single one of you. Thank you so much. We'll catch you tomorrow going 2 to 6, and we'll see you on the flip side.
There's a reason Detective Johnson is the gossip king.
Oh, did you hear? Jackie and Tom
are getting a divorce? Sad.
Well, I heard that Ashley
Had work done on her face? Yeah, oof.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
bathroom. Okay.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Oh.